technology and business meet together, because with the latest technology that's growing so fast, it is very important for the businesses, the enterprises across the globe, across the Middle East, to gear up and make sure they are in line with them. And especially with the technology, like this is a platform where they put out the pain points, and then we have the sponsors or the vendors or the channel partners to make sure they address that pain points. But without ado, first of all, a big round of applause for yourself for being here, and especially for the private office for supporting us, and for all the sponsors. And without ado, definitely a thank you from our founder and MD, Tushar Sahu, who is not here at the moment because, as I said, we are doing 243 events in a year, which means we're having one event over here and one event in Dubai as well with our, it's called the Odisha Investor Forum, which is happening in Oberoi in Business Bay. So he has to attend there. But without a further ado, so let's the floor begins. Let's the event starts. Thank you everyone for joining us. And I will be around for any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ronak. And without further ado, it is my honor to call upon the first speaker, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Metwali, CEO and General Manager, Private Office of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Ahmed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan, to present the show opening speech. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. First of all, I need to send His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Ahmed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan regards to all of you. And also, I need to thank him for such a great event where we can all exchange our idea for the business. No problem. First of all, that you are all welcome here, the businessman, to your second country, United Arab Emirates. What I need to say for you, the people come to UAE here because they find the right place to invest or do the partnership or joint venture in the safe and security side, which we cannot find anywhere. And here in UAE, alhamdulillah, we have the strong leadership under His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of UAE, and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Always, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed said to us to bring the new technologies. And he gave us the permission to support the people and open for them the doors, to let them be relaxed to do the business in the right way. There is many technologies happen in this time during Corona situation. And the best business we do it as the private office in the Corona time. We support the people because in the Corona time, many people lose their business. And most of them come to us, we support them to get the investment, to grow up again. Also, the thing is happening today and tomorrow and after tomorrow with the new technologies. For example, the blockchain. Blockchain, all the market now is talking about blockchain, cryptocurrency, what we can help them. Also the other technologies, for example, for the healthcare sides, who bring the curement for the corona or cancer or any other diseases. What I need to say, that we are here in UAE, and as I represent His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Ahmed bin Hamdan Al Nahyan, I wish to say for all of you that we are here to support any one of you who like to start his business inside UAE and all GCC country and around the world. And no one worry, you are in the safe country here. And you all welcome to your second country, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, but we would want you to be on the stage once again, as we would like to give you this humble felicitation for you. Rana, can you please do the honors? Thank you, Ronak, and thank you, His Excellency. And we as GEC Media, we're really proud and we're really happy to provide this platform, as he correctly mentioned, for this idea exchange and executing the futuristic vision of the great leaders of the UAE. With that, as we go ahead with the agenda for today and the knowledge sharing sessions, I would like to go through the general housekeeping rules. As we know, the COVID wave is still going on, we would really encourage to keep the masks on and keep our hands sanitized while in the gathering. And for the speakers and our dear panelists, respecting and keeping in mind the time of the delegates and the event, we would really like to request you to abide by the timeline provided for your sessions. And to help you with that, we will be putting a teleprompter on the screen. During the sessions, the audience is more than welcome to ask questions with a raise of hand. You will be provided with a handheld mic to do so. And we, of course, have running coffee throughout the session, so keep yourself refreshed and awake. And at the end of the awards, we'll be having a group picture for all the winners and all the attendees. That will be publicized in social media, so we really need your big smiles in the picture, so do stick with us till the end. Now, we talk about business transformation. What is business transformation? So the emerging digital technologies such as cloud, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, we talk about machine learning, robotic process automation, blockchain, metaverse, e-commerce. These are changing the business landscape and consumers and the social fabric. Everybody sitting over here, do you agree with this statement with a show of hand? Okay, so a lot of people, we do agree. And adopting these specific technologies is referred to as digital transformation. And what happens when a business restructures themselves and they take advantage of these technologies? It turns into business transformation. So business transformation is a higher level of digital transformation that we see the businesses are moving towards. And leaving you with that thought, I would now like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Mr. Salim Al-Balushi, Chief Technology Officer, EITC Doom, to share critical insights on boosting the UAE's digital economy and enterprise digital transformation with next generation networks. Can we please have Mr. Salim on stage, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, thank you for having me in this event. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed, for the introduction and paving the way. I have some slides. I'm not sure if you received it. Sorry. Exactly. Okay. And thank you, Your Excellency, for paving the way for my presentation, that we are in a country that leadership has a vision, clear vision, actually dreams, and supported with clear vision and execution capabilities. Execution capabilities from best infrastructure in the world, and with the financial support and the humanist side, which very clearly articulated during the COVID situation, where human is the top of this country's priority. From there, we are all working, actually, jointly, we are working in a capital market that demand growth. Growth is the main characteristic in the industries or companies we work. Each one of us is required to grow the business. The characteristic of the capital industry, a capital market we are in, again, demanding growth. Growth is driven from three specific entities, again, capabilities. Either you grow your revenue, or of course, you have to be more efficient in the way you do the business. Efficiency without compromising in customer experience. And managing the three variables is not an easy task. You need capabilities to transform and drive these three variables. And we all believe, and we are all from technology perspective, digital transformation framework is the framework that drives these values. Second comment from my side is that telecom industry is positioned at the heart of digital transformation. So whatever capabilities in digital transformation, we are discussing Metaverse, we are discussing AI, we are discussing all the capabilities that are related to digital transformation. Again, telecom is at the heart of the value chain. Connectivity is the core competency and capabilities in telecom. We built 2G, 3G, 4G, and today 5G infrastructure, fiber infrastructure. So all connectivity is the DNA of the telecom, and connectivity is key deliverables. Data center where you host the clouds. This is again core competency of telecom industry, where huge investment is happening in this domain, building the data centers. And the computing environment on top of that, either being a private cloud, building private clouds, or public cloud in partnership with the hypervisors. This is another core competency of the telecom industry. The in-terminal, the sensors, the IoT capabilities, again, this is in the DNA. We know how to install these IoTs, again, being sensors that deliver a specific message, being a temperature of a location, to high definition video streaming, live streaming capability. So this is, again, in the DNA of telecom industry. So telecom is rightly positioned at the core of any digital transformation. Specifically now when we talk 5G as well, 5G is another key enabler for whatever happening in the future. Again, Metaverse is one of the key capabilities where you need specific characteristics. Gaming, a lot of people play gaming, and gaming is big in digital platforms. So how to deal with these things, specific characteristics. You need capacity, you need bandwidth, you need latency, and you need a huge capacity to manage the number of connected devices in this infrastructure. And actually, the differentiation between 5G and all other Gs in our industry as a telecom, 5G is the first time in technology, in mobile infrastructure, where you can tap in at the access at the radio network. Usually, all the tapping for data and capturing data and monetization happens in the core. With 5G is a service delivery platform where the interaction happens at the core, at the access of the infrastructure. From EITC perspective, from DO perspective, for the last 4 years, we put huge investment in building capacity. So 5G, we are at the leadership of 5G, the capabilities of 5G and the footprint. Today we have 92% coverage of a population area nationwide in our 5G infrastructure. Fiber infrastructure, we have invested significant amount of investment for the last 3 years to roll out fiber, thousands of kilometers nationwide from our border to Saudi to our borders with Oman. We deployed fiber infrastructure, mega data centers, huge capacity as well been built during the past 3 years, despite the fact of COVID. However, our shareholders and the board decided to increase the capacity, exponentially increase the investment that drives capacity. And this is as we are living today in the growth moment because of the investment that happened in the previous side. So I have been told to talk about motivational speak, so I will tell you a story about the capability, something we did within Do. So we are, as I highlighted, as a telecom operator, we enable others to do digital transformation and grow their business, be more efficient, improve their customer experience. Before that, of course, we have to enable our own capabilities. As a CTO, I'm responsible for a production line where we produce minutes, bits, and bytes. So in this production line, we have to be more creative as well. We have to innovate. So the dilemma we are in, traffic is increasing exponentially. So the demand is high, while we are required to be more efficient in the way we do business. So we have to optimize our operational efficiency to reduce the cost of the delivery. And there is no brainer that we have to compete in customer experience. So these three sort of competing variables, and it is very difficult to easily deliver all the three variables. And for us, to build internal capability, digital transformation was the keyword. So the framework of digital transformation, we need to embark on this journey and build our capabilities. So we took a decision, let us start the digital transformation journey within Do. Multiple initiatives in that, and connectivity and data center. And however, one of the key enablers are the tools. So we need to have a clarity what we need to do. What is the framework of digital transformation that we need to get embarked on? We need to understand who are our audience. Our audience as a technology, as a CTO, my customer that I am, or the audience for me I'm serving are the network elements. Routers, switches, my RAN infrastructure, and all associated infrastructure within telecom. So then one question I ask, where is this population? Where are these assets distributed? My planners gave me how many routers we have in the infrastructure. Planners gave me a number. Implementation team who are doing rollout, they gave me another number. And the operational team, they gave another number. Because each one gives number from his perspective. Planners are rolling out, so they are ahead of the game. They know what will happen in the coming period, so their sites are coming in the pipeline. Implementation, they are in the factory, they are the delivery arm, so they understand their quantity. And operation, they are from business continuity, so they are operating live infrastructure. They have different numbers. So again, there are a lot of confusion on what are the assets that we need to manage. Then we came, let us put a vision, a direction, a plan. Then we came with our OSS architecture, the operational support system architecture, where we clearly defined an integrated inventory management system and a data lake where we collect data from the asset that we have in the infrastructure, and then we drive whatever capabilities and innovation in that. We have gone through that journey, clearly defined the roadmap in partnership and working with our partners at different domains. The team, with their capability, they came with an architecture and roadmap to deliver the architecture. We are engineers. We clearly again defined. We have gone through the journey. Then we faced with an obstacle. Of course, I have to go to the CFO, it's a significant investment, convince the CFO of return of investment. So there is an investment, significant investment, has to be put in place. What is the commitment on return of this investment? So we gone through different discussions with the CFO specifically, which pushed us to think different. So initially our thinking, capabilities, engineers, we think again, how to build an infrastructure, very clear, very easy, very straightforward. However, when we went to the people who will put money, the question is, where is the return of this investment? Then it pushed us to think different. So then we specifically defined use cases, defined the different capabilities that will drive value, and it pushed us to think value creation from financial perspective. And then back and forth, we managed to get the business case approved. It is tens of millions at that time. We went through executions. Again, we are engineers. We are good in execution. So very easy that we build the infrastructure, the computing infrastructure, install the software, and connect things together. So the execution was successful. We succeeded in the execution, and project delivered. We celebrated at that time. Project delivered, excellent, good job. Same time, actually, when the project delivered, it was peak of delivery of rollout. In 2019, we embarked in upgrading our infrastructure, modernization of Do Network nationwide. Dubai, Northern Emirates, we had a vendor. We have a vendor, actually. Huawei, Abu Dhabi, Nokia, Al Ain, we have Ericsson. 3 vendors. And modernization, changing all infrastructure, removing all the equipment in the RAN, in mobile network, and installing new equipment. So we reach a level that the resources, the manpower we have in our operation, were to establish the connectivity and the change, to manage the demand of change requests was not enough. Team came that we need resources. Operation came, we need resources to execute the job. They said, we don't have the budget to have resources. Then the consequences of this, things started piling up from delivery. Vendor does the installation of the radio network. To connect, there is a bottleneck. So things are not moving. They kept coming that we need resources. Then, sorry, I cannot give resources. We have a platform that is being built, capitalized on the platform. Things were not moving. People started queuing next to my office. That vendors, we put money, they need to start the acceptance in order to get their money back after ready for service. They have KPIs, they have targets as well. So literally, people queue next to my office that we need to do something. Something, either get us resources or get us out of this situation. So then we have, and it was not a technology issue, technology challenge only. So we have gone through the technology journey. Next stage, how to unleash the capabilities we built. We built capabilities, tens of millions being put on the ground. So how to unleash that capability? Then it was very clear it is cultural aspect, not a technology aspect. Operation team are busy in doing something. Everybody is, again, busy in his daily business. The team responsible for the OSS, they are ready to receive the demand for automation, for enhancing the capabilities, while all the other team members are busy in their daily activities and they are engaged in doing their daily activities. So then we initiated a program called Go Digital or CTO Go Home. So it is cultural change. So CTO has to drive that change top down. I cannot sit in my office and blame people are not accepting change. People are not adapting to it. It is not their problem, actually. It is my problem. I am not driving this cultural change. Enabling these OSS capabilities, it is not only, again, a tool you deploy. It is not only a tool you deploy. It is much more than that. It is engagement. It is changing culture, changing the way you do business. Even after we implemented some automation capabilities, people automatically will go back to their norm, manual activity, whatever they used to do. So we took a decision, when we automate, there is no any other way. We automate any challenges, solve it in the infrastructure, in our digital transformation infrastructure. You are not allowed to go back. There is no fall back to the old model, old operational practices. Actually, when the specific problem, the CR problem, when we established the sort of Go Digital, Go Home program, I brought all the stakeholders, operation, planning, implementation, security, all engaged, even vendors. In 1 week, literally 1 week, problem disappeared. No one queuing outside my office, and everybody coming, excellent job, that things are moving now much faster even than before. So again, just simply team sat together, capabilities are there, they just capture the opportunity, and then change was very fast from end-to-end perspective, from adaptation perspective, from people acceptance. And since then, actually, since last year, we have weekly meeting to sort of embrace such activities. So Go Digital, Go Home is a platform for execution. So for you to improve or deliver any digital transformation, you need an execution platform that remove the silos, break the silos, change cultural change, a process change, people mindset change. Again, it is an important deliverables that such capability, a platform, execution platform. But before that as well, you need to pave the way. We are all restricted with a hierarchical structure. So an important point to unleash the potential of digital transformation is to remove people from the boundaries of the limitation that created by hierarchical structure. In idea and creativity, we are all equal. However, for approval to go on leave, for approval for budget, for whatever, that you go through the hierarchy. However, from idea generation, generating ideas, we created another platform called Tech Race that removed the limitations of organizational structure, the hierarchy of organization. So people are equally treated from the perspective, again, idea generation up to level, you can be the CTO of your idea and drive it end to end. And we have very good example that people get more motivated, more actively engaged for value creation. And I go back, value creation, and even we demand from the team, before and after, value creation is not doing a project and completion, it is financial value. Show me financial value, financial outcome, and financial time to market is financial value, customer experience improvement, financial value, doing new services, which we use not to do, is a financial value, optimizing our cost is financial value. So it is focused initiatives, focused program, and the quantity is not important. It could be 1 dirham or 100 million dirham. We capture it seriously and drive value on that. And again, the program is delivering its outcome. We are in good track. We started the monetization of the investment that we put in OSS, and we progress. So my advice again, for all the discussions, and the challenges we have gone again, this story, the challenges is only within one organization, within EITC and the department which I manage under my control. So the resources, the capabilities, and I am accountable for their delivery. And I see directly the value of their actions. Today we talk Metaverse, we talk the big data, the AI, monetization of data, and all the capabilities we are talking about. The challenge is bigger there, that it is much more than technological challenge. It's collaboration, understanding the value of these initiatives, the value chain, and players need to play together in maximizing the value. An entity says that I will do everything, it will definitely not work. And we are living that. We build huge capacity, we engage with different entities, and yet it is definitely, there is big confusion who will do what in the ecosystem that's coming from digital transformation perspective. So I think such event is definitely an important event. People need to talk to each other, need to understand the value chain and how each one can contribute to the value chain. Being again that I am the super power that I can do everything, definitely this doesn't work. We have to align our efforts. We have to focus on the outcome. And of course, the industry will transform itself. Whomever is thinking positively, thinking in the right way, they will succeed in the value chain. Whomever again thinking that I will do everything on behalf of everybody, definitely, and history says that they will definitely fail. So this is my message, and thank you very much for having me.
Sir, can I ask one question? Excuse me, sir. Sir, Arun Shankar here from here.
Yes,
yeah, Arun Shankar here, so editor of GEC Media. So very interesting roadmap which you have shown, and multiple stages and multiple sections. But how would you actually quantify the return on investment for your management, the millions of dollars of investment? Are there multiple ROIs? Is there one big ROI? Do you have to assess it at different stages? Your answer on that, sir.
So it is multiple ROIs based on use cases, and two aspects from return of investment. One is direct cost saving from the manpower and the way we drive business. This is an ROI. Cost avoidance, as you have seen, the infrastructure is exponentially growing, and accordingly, our operational costs would have exponentially growth as the infrastructure is growing. However, we are managing to maintain the infrastructure at a specific operational cost thanks to digital capability. So when we went to the CFO, we explained what historical sort of expenditures, being from CapEx, from OpEx perspective, and customer experience as well. So all these three KPIs, the commitment, if we get the investment, this is the way we'll drive it. And each one has where we put specific value for those specific, again, initiatives. And we went through the journey where we got the approval to proceed from business case perspective.
Very interesting. So all ROI was with you, or the business heads had to show each of their ROIs?
So I'm talking here about technology function, which is under me. So the technologies, I am accountable for the investment. So I am under me. There are different teams who are supposed to deliver, and this was the challenge. Each one was focusing on his own vertical. So the moment we broke those boundaries between the verticals, things progress much faster.
Okay. So one more question.
It's not a question, but I would like to really to say thank you, Engineer Salim, because we really find leaders who can say it's not about the technology, it's about the culture. So thank you so much, and congratulations for your roadmap to lead your company, because we have this issue everywhere. People, they think it's about the technology, but it's about the culture and how can you bring all the stakeholders on the same level. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
And it is definitely culture. It is top of the pyramid need to drive. Easy, again, very easy. Top of pyramid can sit in his office and blame everybody else, they are bad. Very easy. But practically, he is the one he is not delivering. The moment he changed his mind that I am accountable, either I go digital, or we go digital, or I go home, believe me, things change. 100% change.
Thank you, Mr. Salim, for that very interactive session. And definitely, it really put across the idea that business transformation really drives the cultural transformation, and breaking the boundaries of the hierarchy in an organization definitely results in idea flow of innovation. And here in UAE, dreams with clear vision, and we have the infrastructure to fulfill the same. And as we talk about business transformation, as Mr. Salim clearly mentioned, it's really critical to realize how disruptive technology, business models, and human leadership go hand in hand. Because when we throw around jargons like AI, Metaverse, automation, we tend to forget the very factor and the variable of the human touch that goes into the same. And I leave you with that thought for now. And we can surely take this discussion ahead with an open mic. And thank you so much, Lala, for your peace of mind in this topic as well. And now we move on to the next keynote. I would like to call upon Alice Wang, Board of Executive and Advisory Team of the Private Office of Sheikh Said bin Ahmed Al Maktoum, to the stage. And Alice, he will be sharing his insights on the digital strategy and leadership in Metaverse e-commerce. Over to you, Alice.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So today I will talk about the topic is about how to do the e-commerce in Metaverse. Why I pick up this topic is because when we move to the virtual, what is the real business can help online and offline together. I think e-commerce for sure is our first step. So let's see, this is me. I have the 25 working experience on machine learning, AI, cloud, because my background is come from Google, Alibaba, and Intel. But those things to me is technology. It's not business. So Metaverse will be a first business space. You can leverage advanced technology to help you create new blue ocean business. So that's why the importance of the Metaverse will help us to integrate online, offline together. My personal interest is focused on digital strategy on critical neobank, because I came from Marshall Bank as the CIO. And of course, cloud AI and IoT need to integrate together, because that will help us to have an intelligent life. Metaverse e-commerce, that is I will present today. Web3, GameFi, that is the new topic. How you to leverage the decentralized technology to help you to trace all of the service node. That is we call the blockchain. Now I call a service. The seller deliver very bad quality product to me. How can I trace back who should to take what responsibility? Blockchain can help you because they have the details record for each of the nodes. You will understand what's the happen inside. So Web3, Game3 is very important because Game3 also create a new gaming business. That's what we call play to earn, play to move to earn. Something quite interesting, a new model is happening right now. Community technology. No one can build all. So how you to really management community technology is very important. Like a blockchain come from open source. A lot of tools come from open source. How you to work together with the community to enhance your technology. And urban air mobility. That is we call your next car in the air. Why? Because urban city build a skyscraper. Everybody live very high. So how you to really provide a good solution for congestion of traffic issues? Flying car is another solution. That's I present almost 2 years ago. So that is quite interesting. But let's focus on the Metaverse e-commerce today. So what topic I will share today, one is Metaverse e-commerce actually is O2O. What is O2O? It's online, offline, integrate together. It's not pure online, because pure online is only Generation Z. People can leverage the benefit. But how you to have offline retail business owner now? Metaverse also can help, but you need to do the online, offline integration. So O2O is the key. I will show you more idea how we do it later. The second, the Metaverse change your shopping experience. How? Because we have AR technology, we have VR technology. So you saw a lot of people put a glass on the head, then they will see a real virtual world. That is designed by man. But that is really good? Maybe yes, maybe not. Because sometimes if you integrate the virtual reality and real physical world, that will be better. So that is a new business opportunity coming out. If you can miss it, so we call the mixed reality. We call the MR. So sometimes you can live in the air. Sometimes you can get a service offline. The third one is, of course, when we talk about a new technology, what is the economic model? That is very important. Otherwise, you just pray technology. You need to know and understand what the economic model coming from Metaverse. That is beauty of the Metaverse. It creates a new business model for us. So after we understand the economic models, then how we to pay for it? How we to pay for it online? How we to pay for it offline? That is a follow-up question. And of course, the last one is, everybody don't need a bank, but everybody need a banking service, even you living in the air in Metaverse. So what is innovative the banking service in Metaverse? So 5 topics I want to share today to you about the Metaverse e-commerce. So let's see this video. What you got from this video? Very immersive, right? So based on this, you can find the exactly environment you will go into, right? And with the timeline, you can see what the sign at night, in the day, raining day, sunny day. You got all of the information. You can predict or feel it before you go there. What's the summer look like? What is it look like in winter? You can get all of the details. Last is MR, mixed reality. So this is the beauty of the Metaverse. Before you go, before you buy, before you do everything, you already got all the information. So let's see the right side. That is a restaurant based in London. You will have a plan next week. Go to London for a trip. You see everything. You know the weather. You know where is the landmark, best place you need to go. Everything, you already got it. That is the things of the metaverse. It's not pure online only. It's also integrated with the offline. So, a new world. Before we call consumer. Now we need to change this word. It's fansumer. Why? Because I am your fan. I will follow you. I will buy something from you. Fansumer is the new word when we talk about the metaverse. It's not just buy and sell. It's about the community sharing. So, metaverse actually is consumer economy models. That is a new model. It's happen in the internet world beside the internet advertising and e-commerce. Think about internet giant, Google, Facebook, Alibaba, anything. What business model they are doing now? Search, right? E-commerce. What else? Nothing. But consumer actually is the new economy model you can create in metaverse. Why? Because NFT. Because UGC, user-generated content. So you can resell your creation on NFT marketplace. Everybody can be buyer or seller. Anyone. That is the beauty of the Web 3.0. Before Web 1.0, 2.0, you either is buyer or you are seller. That's all. But Web 3.0 make you can join this community, define what kind of service you want, and everybody can contribute their effort to help you to achieve that. So storytelling in emerging market strategy will be a need in metaverse e-commerce. It's not just, this is my product, buy or not. I will tell you the food story. That's what we call the food resume. So you know who is Pharma, how they to bring the coffee bean, how they cook the coffee for you and deliver. You got everything. Just like a London video I show you. You got everything. Based on the blockchain, you can trace end to end all of the details. So that's the beauty of the metaverse e-commerce. So how you to build a UGC NFT and multi-scenario e-commerce? Then you can extend your digital to physical life. So this is the interesting things. I want to show you 5 videos. The first video actually is quite interesting. It's called a commercial, the virtual land, 100% in the air. That is almost decentral land, almost 2 years before they announced this service. Everybody go the air to buy the land, build a building, build everything you want. So that is the decentral land. Then sandbox, some people start thinking, okay, gaming is very interesting for Generation E because only Generation E know how to survive in the air. So that is why gaming is first the key application in a metaverse. And then some people think about, okay, maybe we can build a social game because I don't want to play alone. I want to have a lot of friends to join me and we create something in the game world. So that's the 3. And the second one is we call a smart city. How we to build a smart city in metaverse? Is that possible? Can we build a school? Can we build the education? Can we build a work from metaverse there? We work from home now because of the pandemic. But how can we work from Metaverse? So that is the video I want to show you. And that's why it's more interesting. I will show you the performers. It's the six girls to do the performance on NTV. But only 3 girls are real person. The other 3 are avatars. It's digital people. But when you see this video, can you tell me which one is avatar, which one are real people? So it gives you a new idea. You can do the business people in Metaverse. Use the robot, use the AI, use the avatar. So let's see the first video. That's 2 years ago. They announced the Decentraland. They need to switch the screen. Yeah. So it's almost like our physical land. But interesting things in this Metaverse is
design your experience
you are creator.
and transform the way people
You can
see the world.
create anything you like. Buy a land,
The first ever
build a
virtual
car,
real estate.
build a building,
Get started today.
build a school. You can do whatever you want. So this is the first we call the 1.0, the Metaverse. Then next video. The next video is to talk about the game. What the difference compared with the current game industry and this game, we call the game fee, is you build everything. It's not designed to design everything for you to play. You build everything you to play. Build everything for your play. That's the difference. So we start to talk about the game fee. Let's see next video. Next video is to talk about the game platform. So you already how to build a game for your play. Now, how you to build a game for your friend to play together. That is the third video I want to tell you. So in Metaverse, it's not just set up by the relationship. It's everyone is contributor. So that's what we call a UGC, user generation content. And you can use NFT market to reshare everything and get return. Let's move to the next video. It's about the smart city. What city we can build in Metaverse? Can we build the same as the physical life in Metaverse? This is a video tell you what is a smart city already built in Metaverse. So you can go here to have got any kind of service, financial service, medicine service, training service, food service, is we call a smart city. This city can let community to define the rule, compliance, and service together. That's what we call the DAO, DAO. So everybody can join or vote when we have the new compliance, new service. It's good for the everybody or not. It's not only one person to make a decision. Let's go next video. How we to have the one-day walk in Metaverse.
알로하. 오늘의 날씨는 맑습니다. 기온은 10도.
We work from home.
50%입니다.
Now,
근무하기에
how we
더없이
work
좋은
in the
날씨입니다.
Metaverse.
내 이름은 이주원, 26. 컴투스에 갓 취업한 풋풋한 신입사원이지.
We
조금
combine the
늦었으니
physical and
빠르게
online
걸어볼까?
together. This video show the real, the people you will meet, the real media meeting you will have.
그럼 자연스럽게 업무를 진행해 볼까? 회의 요청이 왔네.
So you can see on the
Metaverse
right side,
세팅도 잊지
that
말고
is a real
저장.
person. The face is over there.
아 맞다. 우리 야구한테 물부터 줘야지. 많이 먹고 쑥쑥 크렴. 대표님?
네, 안녕하세요, 주원님.
네, 안녕하세요.
어제
So they can chat.
아이디어 괜찮았는데 정리해서
Anywhere.
저한테 좀 보내주실 수 있을까요?
네,
If someone don't want to chat, it will show the red color on their head. So that means sorry. I don't want to talk with anyone now.
대표님이 내 아이디어가 좋다고 하셨다. 시크한 척했지만 올라가는 입꼬리를 감추느라 조금 힘들었다.
You can design any office you like.
잠시 후
And join a group
주간부도
chat.
회의 있습니다. 잊지 말고 참석하세요.
회의. 깜빡했는데. 침착하게 까먹지 않은
Meeting.
척해야지.
능력 강화를 통해서 웨스턴 매출 비중이 약 50% 계속 유지되고 있는 걸로 보입니다. 회의는 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
수고하셨습니다. 저희 방금 발표한 자료들 제가
Of course, you can use your speech or use the machine translation. They will have meeting minutes
입사한 지
immediately
얼마 안
after
돼.
your talk.
얼굴도 잘 모르고 화상으로 보면서 대화하는 게 처음엔 어색했지만 이젠 금방 적응이 되었다. 점점 심리적으로도 친밀감이 쌓여가는 느낌? 컨퍼런스 발표를 하고 계신 분은 수성님이다.
This is not idea. It's real.
나도
It already
언젠가
happened
저렇게
in
발표하는 날이 있겠지?
COVID.
열심히 해야겠다.
This is we call work from
수고하셨습니다.
Metaverse. Yeah.
이렇게 하다 보면 하루가 금방 지나간다.
수고하셨습니다.
Okay, let's jump next video. This video is about the performance. The ladies here, can you tell me which one is a real person? Which one is an AI digital person? Can you tell me? Cannot, right? So that's interesting. When you're living in a metaverse, you can create anything. Anything. So Generation Z will be crazy. Thinking about your child. That's their world. Right? You cannot identify, right? Okay, stop. So let's back to my presentation. So you already see what is the metaverse, how they can impact our life. So let's talk about if I want to do the business. Okay, that's a great idea. If you want to do the e-commerce, metaverse service, what is other key element we have to build in there? Then they can help us integrate online and offline together. The first is the payment. No payment, no money. No money, no honey. Correct, right? So if you just talk about a metaverse, everything in the air, no money, sorry, you are talking about a technology. You are not talking about a business. So payment is a key element need to provide in metaverse and link it with our offline payment together. Think about it, metaverse. Before I come to your restaurant, I already check everything. I love it. So I plan to go tomorrow. Okay, fine. And tomorrow, you come and enjoy your dinner, and you want to pay. You pay by credit card, cash. Can I pay by coin? Of course. Can I pay by game coin? Why not? When we talk about a game fee, everybody talk about move to earn, pray to earn. I pray more, I earn more. And what? Game coin. Can I pay by my game coin? Of course. If you read the news about a step N, 4 months ago, this is the game fee. Very popular game fee. Everybody buy the virtual shoe in the air and really go outdoor, do exercise every day, then you get a 1 coin. That made everybody crazy. Because do you know what is the value price of the Bitcoin right now? $1,000 US. So you pay, for example, $500 to buy a virtual shoe. Then you go out, then run every day. You got 1 coin. That means 3 days later, you break even. And after that, you earn the money. So, give you an idea. I go out to jogging, morning. And after that, I get a 1 coin. And I go to the coffee shop. I say, give you a good coffee, okay? After I drink. I pay my gain coin. Is that possible? Of course, it already happened. So, play to earn can combine this model together. So, why the payment is so important? Because you earn to pay. This is a real model, already happened. So that's why we talk about the Metaverse e-commerce payment. Of course, you can share your own coin by social, by friend, by community, right? And last slide. When you're living in the air, Metaverse, what financial service you need? Of course, right now everybody talk about the currency, Bitcoin. It confuses people because you don't have that kind of the knowledge to understand everything. You just see the price up and down, then your heart stops. That's what happened, right? It makes your heart stop because the price dropped overnight, 90%. So can someone provide quick bank, have the more service my life? Not just in the air, also physical life. Of course, that's the future of the banking. When we talk about digital banking, it's not just provide you application to do everything on your app. Sorry. We are talking about how a bank can help you survive and do the business in Metaverse. That is what we need. When we combine this together, new business model will create. Right? Otherwise, now we talk about Bitcoin up and down. What's the difference compared with you buy a stock? So Metaverse is the really important technology that can support you to do the new business model. Because of NFT, because of the blockchain, because the robot AI machine run that for you. You can work from Metaverse, you can earn to pay, you can do everything. That is a new era. So that is why, that is the beauty of the Metaverse. So this is my presentation. Hope you enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellis, for that great session. I'd just like to call upon Anushree to the stage because we will be giving you a small token of appreciation. Anu, can you please have you on the stage?
You need pay me coin, then I will answer your question. No, kidding. Okay.
Experience in Alibaba, right?
Yeah.
Alibaba created the singles day, and at peak times you had 50 transactions per second, 10 billion, $20 billion. Tell me, in the metaverse, there is a huge acceleration of e-commerce because of the real life situation. Your estimate, if I was an e-commerce player, how much would the business accelerate through a metaverse model? 10 times, 100 times, million times? We know it's scalable, but practically, how much would it accelerate?
Okay, I give you two exact example. Then you can extend your implementation to other user case. The beauty of the metaverse now is no middleman. Think about the buyer-seller. How you to get your service or your product? It's through Pharma, through the maker, through the deliver, through the packaging, someone to pack the service and deliver to you, right? So many middlemen, and you not get a whole idea before you get the products. Now, this kind of the e-commerce, you can know who is a farmer, what is his raker. He's always deliver good quality the coffee bean because we have a blockchain. We have the old raker. The raker will refer to your digital credit. So if you deliver bad quality the product to me this time, then everybody know it. Why? That is because of the blockchain. Everybody know what's going on, what happened. Then your digital credit will down. Right? So e-commerce, the metaverse e-commerce is that transaction is very transparent. That is very important. The second thing is nearby business. How we to integrate online, offline together? Let's say now it's almost the 3 o'clock, tea time. I am in Shangri-La Hotel. Can someone tell me where have the good coffee shop to me, nearby me, 1 kilometer, and giving 10% discount to me? Can someone give me? Of course, I know your location. I know your location and seller's location. I match it together. Now it's 3, so almost like a tea time. So I can use the AI machine to predict what is your buying scenario. Because every day, 3 o'clock, you go to the coffee shop to have a coffee. So I know you. So that is the new e-commerce. We can combine online, offline together based on the transaction, transparency. So everybody will really pay attention on their deliver quality service. Right?
Okay. Very interesting. Avatar, how can we leverage avatars, multiple avatars in any situation? Do you still need the personal engagement with each avatar, or can I automate the avatars to work for me?
Metaverse is a very big idea, right? So the first, you need to focus on the one industry. So that's why I talk about the e-commerce first. Of course, you can do education, medical service, movie service. You can do a lot of things. But most important thing is how help people to do the business in metaverse and get the real money. Otherwise, everybody talk about AI. What it means to me. I cannot make money, I cannot survive. You take about the technology, so what? Right? 1 Bitcoin.
Thank you, Mr. Alice, for very futuristic vision for us. And actually, my question to you is, how can we work with the cultural change and human rights for the avatar kind of things?
Yeah. Ask your kid. That's the only answer. Ask your kid. You give it a game console, PlayStation. They will play the whole days. You don't need to give it a user menu. That's how they can survive. How they can survive in their group. If you go to the school, your kid go to the school, and everybody talk about a PS5, what is a good game, and we can play it in the metaverse, and your kid, he cannot survive. So don't worry about this. The thing is you need to build a user scenario over there. Then people will join together to build the other part. So that's what we call the power of the community. From Web 2.0 to 3.0, it's not just the very simple relationship between the buyer and seller. No, it's join community together. So no matter it's e-commerce or work from Metaverse, when you see this video, it's not just built by one person. It's built by community. So you just build the infrastructure ready, then something interesting will be happen automatically, especially when generation is join it. You don't need to worry about. They will create something surprise.
Thank you.
If I can answer your question, by the way, because I have experience on this. In 2005, I started my master, and it was online at that time. At that time, everyone was refusing something called online learning. COVID-19 came, and everyone started talking about online learning, blended learning. So the technology is there. But sometimes, we as community, we take it hard in order to accept that new technology. But I'm always saying the technology is there. And sometimes I feel really happy about COVID-19 because it has forced everyone that you need to change or stay in the backstage. So it's a matter sometimes of forcing a culture. But when it comes to the technology, it's there a long time ago. I hope that I have answered. I'm sorry, Alice, to take that from you. And thank you so much for your good presentation.
I will share you my coin. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I have a question. Hi. My question is around, I'll pick up the few words which were spoken in between, and then the gentleman talked about the revenue and all those stuff. And we are talking here about a lot on O2O and then D2C. Whereas we see in the world, I would say more than 50% people around me are in some or the other way middlemen, right? So what are they going to do in their life in future? Are they going to design some new ideas or work on something totally new? Or they will be totally out of the job? Or they will be given universal income as we're talking in certain countries today? So what exactly is going to happen to this population of 8 or 9 billion or maybe 10 billion by the time this comes in?
Yeah. It's a good question, but also big. In short, because there's so many things we can share and discuss, the most important thing make this happen is one thing change. Because everybody know I come from martial art band. So KYC is very important, right? Know your customer. But in Metaverse, most important is KYT. Know your transaction. Correct, right? Because based on transaction, you can know what kind of service you need to deliver because no middleman. Everybody know you because you signed a smart contract. So you have to focus on the delivery of your promise.
That part is okay. I understand blockchain. I understand that transaction codes and all those things. But I'm just trying to touch the point that today, if a produce is made anywhere in the world and it reaches to some other part of the world, it involves a lot of people in between. And if I'm getting the good price of my produce in my own place, I'll start selling there only. I'll not give to anybody else to make money over that. Secondly, on the services which I'm getting around on software or something today as outsourced anywhere in the world, so a lot of countries will have an issue of having services being given to their own people in their own country because they might find them expensive. So how are we going to mitigate such issues in the future? Or do you think that there will be only one currency in the world, one price for everything in the world, or one of everything in the world? Like world is one now, totally one.
So actually I have no good answer for that. So last is the example I can share what is the DAO. The DAO is the decentralized administration organization in community. So when we join this community, we can vote and to share what's your idea, what is the problem, and everybody discuss and vote for it. So that is the DAO in Metaverse. So many things happen, so many challenges happen. What is the right direction for this community to go? No one has a good answer. We need to try and error. So that is the DAO.
Thank you. And I believe if that thing happens, if everything is one, then everybody might have a good lifestyle, or maybe everybody will in a quite equitable situation.
Yeah.
There won't be that much of difference in the society. So in a way, it can bring a lot of good also. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your asking.
I have a question.
Oh.
I think it should be the last from my side.
I don't know how much time I have. Okay.
Thank you very much for the very good insight. You mentioned about know your transaction, but behind the transaction there is a particular software which is running, and there are variety of players in this ecosystem of this supply chain, software supply chain. So how do you ensure the security of these software? And in such a big world of virtual reality, augmented reality, metaverse, and everything, how do you, who is responsible for the security of this software supply chain?
Yeah, this is cost of 5 Bitcoin, because you ask a technology question, yeah. Well, I don't have the 100% for sure answer for that, but that is a really good question. I can share the experience to you is the smart contract. So the smart contract actually is, I ask for this service and pay for this price. And this is defined by code, right? It's not by paper. It's not just you and me. It's when I ask this service, it's the public to community. Everybody know it, okay? So have the 5 people want to get my order, okay? I choose A, for example. Everybody know it. And if A fail for the deliver, then this smart contract will continuously to find another replacement for me in whole community. Because for me, it's I not care about who provide the service to me. It's I pay for this, I want to get this. This is defined well in smart contract. It's be pushed by the code, not by the people. It's need to be operate in this community. This is the beauty of smart contract. So if someone fail to deliver something to me, this smart contract will continue to execute to find until I get the service, right? And the people they deliver fail, they will have the bad record. So everybody will know it. Everybody will know what the story. So you, now, if I got a bad service, the only thing I can do is call the call center, right? And only that company know it. If or not, I don't agree with their service level, I have no way I can do. But smart contract and can for sure you got what you want, right? So that's the thing. And talk about the security. So many security we need to put in here because it's not like a centralized server management everything. That is, we already know the cyber security, right? Like a bank, we build a data center, we put every application run on it, and we maintain it. Metaverse, Web 3.0, sorry, is decentralized. Application run on the node globally. So the beauty of the blockchain is no one can change it. That's true, right? I am afraid of my contract, smart contract, be changed without my permission. But in blockchain, this cannot be happen. Right? So if security, we talk about the deliver security, contract security, transaction security, is all based on the blockchain. It's that why people trust the blockchain, because it's management by technology. It's not management by people or one company. So yeah, just share.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can we have a round of applause for Ellis, please? And yes, with that, I'd like to call Anushree up on the stage to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ellis. Thank you, Anushree. It was definitely a very immersive presentation, and the engagement we are getting from the audience, we really love it, and we would want to keep this going ahead with the coming sessions. Over here, Metaverse. I think so 5 years ago, no one would have thought that a fictional movie, I'm not sure if anybody has seen the movie, Ready Player One. It was released in 2018. 5 years, nobody thought that 5 years ahead this would be the reality. It is really fantastic to think that how non-fiction work of the humankind can become like a real reality just 5 years down the lane. And with that, I'm really excited to announce the next session, which is the first panel discussion for the symposium. For the panel discussion, I'll be calling out the moderator and the panelists, and I would request everyone to be seated as per the sequence that will be shown on the screen. So the panel discussion topic would be managing the cost of a business transformation journey and the ROI of the project. I would like to call upon the moderator, Salim Ahmed, President, Middle East and Africa Lufthansa, to the stage, please. Followed by the panelist, Neil Kroter-Foy, CTO Digital Banking, Apex Group, Ken Mas, Director of Technology, Axiom Telecom, Sunando Chaudhry, Director of IT, Adnet Group, Pranay Sharma, Head of Analytics, Emirates Islamic. Over to you, and thank you for coming to the stage, and have a great session.
Hello. First of all, I know we have just come out of Ellis Wang's presentation from the metaverse to reality. Now we're going to talk some raw brass tacks about business ROI and transformation. So I'll start off the presentation. I know we have a little overrun, a project overrun has happened, but let me start directly into our esteemed panelists here. Maybe my first question could be to Neil here. Hi, Neil. I know you're spearheading a large challenger digital bank. That's amazing. And you're sort of digital by birth than us lesser mortals here. So I'd like to know from you, what are the best practices, in around business case articulation for a digital transformation? And what are your success metrics around that?
For sure. Thank you very much. So I think to probably set some context initially, my background, I've run a number of digital transformation initiatives in the UK, as well as working on a number of pieces in the Middle East here prior to my time at Apex over the last couple of years. And I think that in itself helped devise the business case in terms of how we evolve the proposition, in terms of creating this digital first approach. It was very much a case of obviously being a sort of consumer-driven, business-driven initiative, the technology servicing that, as we've heard today. The technology is the facilitator. The technology, as we've discussed earlier, is the easier component. But in terms of actually how we evolve that and create the solution to be able to develop the proposition and actually the business case underlying that, we have essentially ring-fenced. We created our own dedicated high-performance team. We leveraged relationships and partnerships with key technology providers to be able to build an entirely new neobank solution, completely independent of the rest of the organization. Now, in doing so, we were able to turn around from a technological perspective. Within 6 to 9 months, we had a viable proposition. Now, in terms of actually how we could start to identify the cost benefits, how we could start to identify the financial performance and efficiencies that the technology would bring us, simple fact is that we could evolve and develop the proposition very, very quickly by ring-fencing it, by keeping it independent and then plugging into the core technology solution for Go Live. The reality is that by developing it in the way we did, we worked with the business to identify how we could start to yield those benefits quickly, how we could actually start to, in the longer term strategy for this digital product, how we could start to actually enhance the existing business proposition as it currently stood. So by doing this, we essentially developed the digital onboarding capabilities, first of all. That was something that was initially designed for the digital solution. However, we also recognized this was something that could benefit the existing legacy native organization. And that meant that we actually, within 6 months, we had something that tangibly was reducing the turnaround time for onboarding customers. Now, given this is a sort of corporates and SME business, it could be up to 6 months to actually onboard some of these customers, private family offices, investment funds, management funds. So as a very, very simple metric, we could reduce a 6-month turnaround into a matter of weeks. That alone just goes to show the benefit of actually by bringing in these kind of technological changes, what it could do to the efficiency, how much more customers we can get on the platform, which is obviously critical to the scaling of what we want to do with the digital bank, but obviously had enhanced tangible benefit to the existing organization who could benefit from that whilst the digital bank product was being evolved and developed. And that's very much the way all these kind of initiatives need to approach. They need to look at what can be delivered in the long term, but actually how the short-term benefits can start to yield efficiencies, cost improvements, risk reduction during that journey to get to the full digital stage.
Awesome, Neil. You talked about creating high-performance teams, go for the low-hanging fruit, show results, and get buy-in. So that's great.
Exactly.
So maybe next question to you, and Ken. Ken is from Axiom, the 60% market share, $2 billion revenue, and you're handling a large transformation program, and you're also doing an adoption to the cloud. So my question to you, Ken, would be, how did you go about your transformation journey, in your organization? You have done so many things, and how did you establish what is meant by success, and how did you engage the organization?
Yes, thank you, Salim. So I have had the privilege basically to be more than a decade in technology consulting and digital transformation as well. And since 3 years, I'm executing the same as being from the client side, right? So your question is, how is that journey going of digital transformation and moving to the cloud, especially now in the last 5 to 10 years? Well, to start with, everything starts from a business strategy, right? You first want to understand where the business wants to go through, what is your business model, what is the strategy, and based on that, you will basically define also your digital transformation strategy and roadmap. So that's also what we have done at Axiom. About 3 years ago, we translated the business strategy into a digital transformation strategy, which was having elements of moving on-premise to the cloud, but also implementing new solutions like ERP that previously were on-premise and now moving to the cloud. And as such, the whole roadmap is being executed. We're still in the process of doing so. And in terms of ROI and, let's say, cost management, I would say you have to break all those initiatives up to an individual level per project. And you make a business case and see if it makes sense, does it have a positive ROI? Is it the right time to do it right now? For example, if you want to implement RPA, if that's part of your roadmap, does it make sense to do first RPA, then ERP transformation? Most likely not, so you want to evaluate that. You can do a business case already up front, maybe you need to put it on pause before you move on with that, right? So that's for me what digital transformation is about. It's about business strategy, it's about digital strategy, and then making a roadmap and planning accordingly.
And Ken, thanks for that. So to pick up the earlier speaker, Mr. Salim, who talked about go digital or go home, that phrase sort of stuck in my mind. So was that a mindset from the top down? I mean, go digital with a full-blown approach?
Yeah, exactly, because today we live in a digital world. If as a business you do not jump on the train right now and become fully digital, then you will lag behind sooner or later, right? So our management saw that quite clearly, and they decided to go with an ambitious strategy and an ambitious roadmap, and that's also the reason why I wanted to join them, and I'm happy to be there.
Thank you. Next, my panelist, Sunando, is part of the AdNet group and part of ADQ. A great organization. We were talking in the side. They're into so many verticals, including airline catering and all of that. So that's interesting. So I'd like to know from you, Sunando, from a service organization like yours, what do you think are the major cost elements of a transformation program?
Right. Thank you, Salim. And as you would have seen, my profile. So it comes. I used to work in core technology in IBM, then moved to a bit of consulting, KPMG, and then now in the service industry. So I've seen the various aspects. And how I see, before going into the cost elements specifically, I would suggest, I think, something that everybody has touched upon or in the previous sessions. I think it needs to be very clearly defined why we are going through the transformation. If that's not clear, the why is not clear, I don't think you can define costs. You can put things together. I think something is touched upon. Is it the right time to do an RPA? Just an example. And then now, if I go into the costs, I would say even before going into the costs, something else that also needs to be defined is some amount of investment needs to happen on the as-is study, because that is something a lot of organizations don't do judiciously. They move into, it becomes a digitalization kind of activity and not a transformation effectively. So an as-is study is very, very important, I think. So there's an element of investment there, and that should be done, rightly. I'm give an example. Working in a bank transformation back in the UK, I think 10, 12 years back, fairly large bank, I'll not name. And there was one of the big four consultants who had done the as-is analysis. The two banks were absolutely different in everything. And the biggest difference was culturally, they were completely different. So that transformation went on for quite a few years, I can say. Now, just purely on the cost elements, of course, there will be an amount of infrastructure costs. There would be amount of data cost, which a lot of people do not acknowledge. It's always infrastructure or software. What happens with the data? How do you go and use it in the future? So that's important. But I still think the most important element, which I think in today's discussion, since the first session it has been touched upon, it's the cultural change or the learning that needs to go in with the transformation. A lot of the time we don't care about the people. We don't ensure that everybody is trained to adapt to the transformation that the organization is going in. And I think a substantial cost needs to be allocated there.
Thanks, Sunando. Okay, that's great insight. Cultural change, and also look at the as-is is a good point you mentioned. So that segues into to my next panelist, Mr. Pranay from Emirates Islamic. For the people in the audience, he heads the analytics unit, and he has made his analytics unit a profit center for the bank. That's an amazing story there. So we'd like to share your views on what were the main drivers in your function, to manage the cost and the ROI outcomes in a transformation such as yours.
Thanks, Salim, for the question. Now, I think before we actually talk about cost and ROI, particularly in use cases which are very use cases which are very analytics-centered use cases, I think it's important to understand. I think industry has seen a shift in last 3-4 years where analytics, advanced analytics, machine learning, data science were kind of buzzwords, right? Were fancy things to do about 3-4 years ago. And I think now organizations across industries are seriously talking about using analytics to increase revenue. They're talking about ROI, right? They are talking about what kind of cost and investment which needs to go into these kind of projects, right? And I think this is a very, very significant shift that we are seeing. Now, when we are talking about ROI for these analytics-centered initiatives, I think there are few things that we need to talk about which are really critical, right? A lot of these use cases, right, analytics use cases, do not have a direct revenue impact. And why is this important? Is because, right, ROI talks about two important things, revenue and cost, right? Now, the good thing is the impact, if it is not revenue, there are ways and means to really convert that impact into revenue impact, right? There are ways to calculate revenue impact from the objective. Similarly, when we talk about cost, we have a lot of different types of cost, right? There is certainly IT cost involved. There is cost of human resource, people and the teams which are working on data science, right? There is cost to service the customer. There is cost of sales. There is cost of customer reward. There is a lot of cost involved, right, which goes into the ROI and the business case of the use case. Similarly, and I think we have already talked about revenue, but another important aspect about revenue in these use cases is that tracking revenue impact is also not straightforward. Whoever tracks the ROI has to take into account the baselining of the revenue, right? From the day the campaigns and these initiatives are rolled out, right? All these customers must be still banking, right? I'm talking about a very banking kind of scenario coming from a banking background. These customers are already banking with you, and they're already generating certain revenue for the bank. So that baselining needs to be done, right? And just to keep all this tracking very, very transparent, it's important that tracking of this cost, tracking of revenue is done by an independent team within the bank, right? Within the organization. Just to keep ROI calculation independent and bias free. So yes, we have seen a shift. Yes, it is important to track ROI, but there is also a lot of science involved in tracking ROI, right? There is science involved in data science. There is also science involved in tracking the ROI. Now, when we particularly talk about managing cost, right? I think it is very important to understand a lot of times it is not about managing cost, but it is about selecting the right use case. And a lot of times when we see cost overruns, it is primarily because at the time of business case and use case identification, we have not factored in a lot of these costs which come as surprise later in the journey of these use cases and these projects, which then leads to sometimes negative ROI or very low ROIs. So I think at the inception phase, ideation phase, it is very important to just keep these factors in mind, to have a very thought through business plan in place before we take this journey.
Great, Pranay. Awesome thoughts. Baselining is important, right? Selecting the right use case. And as you said, even ROI is a science. So awesome thoughts there. So I'm coming back to Neil here again. Neil, let's talk a little about organizational aspects, right? So in doing a business transformation. So what do you think are the major impediments? A lot of people have asked that question here. Major impediments which will prevent an organization to be truly agile, digital first, that kind of. What are the major impediments?
Yeah, it's a really it's a subject very close to my heart. Going back to how we evolved the proposition and the initiative at Apex, part of that business case and something that's very clear to me was an ability to be self-governing to some extent. And a big chunk of this came down to the fundamentals of actually how things are run, how budgets are organized. One of the biggest issues I think that affects most transformation initiatives these days is the fact that they're trying to develop agile, pivotable businesses, but they're based on very static old ways of doing things, especially in terms of when we think about annual budgeting. This is how much we're going to spend on X. It's a very, very outdated way of thinking about actually how to evolve processes, how to evolve business models, the technology and the operations to support that. You need to put yourself in a position where actually you're not having to plan 12 months out what you think your spending is going to be. Now, obviously, you can't be a free-for-all, but there has to be a degree of trust that the people who are actually running these initiatives want the best. They don't want to be wasting money. They want to be coming in under budget. They want to be effective, but they also can't be jumping through hundreds of hurdles every time they want to sign off some sort of new piece of development, some sort of new investment. Now, it's a case of finding a balance. And again, this is something that was really, really critical for us, was that we had our own P&L, we had our own pot of cash. It was put aside. We were allowed to actually dip into that as and when we wanted to without having to go through huge amounts of governance and oversight. And I think that was a really, really key thing for us. And it's not just about the budgeting, but it's even the fundamentals of how things operate. Who has access to centralized data stores? If you're working with lots of agencies, lots of external partners and consultancy companies, you need to be able to share that information simply and easily. We've all signed NDAs, we're all working towards the same concept. To not be able to email things to people, to share them on sort of central services, given how big some of the files get, can be a huge, huge issue. Death by 1,000 cuts sometimes, these issues, and it can drag things on. And you know, a good example is a company I was working at. They wouldn't allow use of things like Asana. It wasn't signed off by the CISO. So what happened was the entire digital innovation team, everyone was logged on to the guest network using Asana off the guest network. So they didn't have a clue what was going on anymore. You know, it was completely counterproductive. Everyone worked around it anyway. And actually, you know, I actually sent an email to the CISO. I said, look, would you rather at least know what was going on rather than everyone doing it off their own private accounts? And it's things like that. You have to address the fundamentals. And if you can get those working, get those moving smoothly, and again, budget all of this, it can have huge improvements to how efficiently you can deliver.
You said some greatly important things here. When I had asked you about impediments, you actually gave the success factors, which is good. You know, you talked about self-governing, you talked about presence of trust, and keeping a right balance between all of that.
Yep.
And as you said, the example you gave, innovation finds a way, right? I mean, you work around stuff. You know, people find their own ways to work. That's awesome. Thank you. Now to Ken. Axiom Telecom, 97% customer satisfaction. I mean, that's simply a phenomenal metric you have, right? Now, do you, I know that, you know, customer satisfaction is a function of your end-to-end business process, right? If all levers work well, then you get your customer satisfaction. Else it's gonna be, I mean, lipstick on a pig, so to speak. I mean, pardon the phrase. However, can you elaborate, in your organization, was this customer satisfaction metric an important measure in your business transformation?
See, for us, what customer satisfaction means is basically delivering smartphones on time and at the right cost, right? Axiom owns about, or holds about 60% of the whole smartphone distribution industry in the UAE and Saudi. And the only way to do that is by being reliable. So reliability is one of the key success factors in any project we do. The way that we do that is by obviously proactively monitoring all our business processes across our systems, especially our integrations. Because if one time something goes wrong, it disrupts basically the whole value chain, right? For example, if the orders that have to be shipped out in the morning, if the interface from the supply chain systems are not working properly, then simply the trucks are not leaving the company. So that's very important. Secondly, we have also set up a business relationship management framework initiated by the IT team, which is creating a very clear approach on how to collaborate with the business. So there are points of contacts within the business and within IT that sit on a regular basis together, that go through the different IT demands that are being launched, and that being evaluated also on a business case or on a regulatory or strategic level, and getting approved and prioritized accordingly, so that these processes, the business processes and the business needs can be served at the best way.
Do you involve the customer in your feedback loop or product design or the process design?
For us, I mean, we don't have direct interaction with the end consumer. The business does that for us. For us, a happy internal customer usually translates to a happy end customer because we do everything digitally.
Lovely, lovely. You talk about on-time reliability. We talked about, having a business relationship framework. It's a great point. Sunando, let's talk a little about, from you have great expertise working even in consulting before, and your considerable experience. What do you think are the early warning signs, of project overrun, cost overrun? I mean, they could be tangible and there could be some soft signs. So maybe you can share with the audience some of the early warning signs.
Yeah, I think it becomes quite obvious, specifically if you're talking about transformation project. I think one of the things that is a very obvious one, and most organizations I think will not accept it, is the change in direction. So most of the organizations embark on a transformation project. However, as it's kind of going through its phases, due to the change in either the leadership or the business direction of the organization, strategies can change. This happens all the time. So large transformation projects kind of don't get sidelined. So there is a group of people who are already working on it and they continue working on it with no real outcomes throughout the business. So it eventually goes into a cost overrun. It eventually goes into and after a point in time when the cost overruns are significant, somebody realizes and then they go and stop that project. So this is not a very clear decision straight away. If an organization changes its direction of business or the leadership changes and that is not a priority, I think to stop.
Warning sign.
It's a very, very clear warning sign. And I think it needs to be taken into account. The other things that typically go on is if the why is not clear. So if you're just doing transformation for transformation, and then you keep on doing some projects and then try to get benefits out of that instead of defining the outcomes clearly. It's always depending on the outputs. So if you're focused on outputs, I think the gentleman from Do, who gave a very good example, where they delivered everything, project is a success for him. However, nobody's using it, nobody's doing anything. This is so much of investment that goes in, overrun, time, cost, and effort from people.
Operation successful, patient is dead.
Yeah, so you focus on the deliverables and output, not on the outcomes. So once the outcomes are defined clearly, I think chances of overrun is always less and you can manage it better. And I think another thing that's it's more a soft factor, I would say, if there's a bit of lack of communication and people are not involved.
Okay.
So always there's a potential overrun of costs. You miss elements. You've not touched every part of the business. So you'll find out that there are gaps eventually, which is resulting in the overall outcomes not being met. So you try and fix them after a point in time, so which also ends up in cost overruns.
Great point, Surando. I can see what Ken has mentioned also is playing in I can see some commonalities. It's awesome. Across industry, we are seeing some common points here. Pranay, you give a lot of insights on the last question. My next question to you is that, obviously, it's a question which applies to all of us here. IT is a great enabler for digital transformation, business transformation. I'm sure it is the same case for you. In your perspective, in IT being an enabler or an infrastructure provider, what are the best models of IT engagement, business and IT engagement? Ken talked about a business relationship management framework. That's a good framework. I've worked in that framework. But what do you think are the best ways to engage in IT in a transformation journey?
Yeah, so I think it's very clear. I think, given that we are all talking about digital transformation, and digital transformations cannot be done without IT. So IT certainly plays a very critical role, not just in digital transformation, but even on the analytics front. I think that there are a couple of very, very critical areas where IT supports us. And these are, in setting up the infrastructure for doing analytics, right? And then, without going into the technical details, there are a lot of things which, empowerment that IT does for us to deliver analytics projects, right? This is, if I can just touch upon a few things, it is setting up the cloud or in-premise data centers, right? It is about setting up CI/CD for machine learning. It is about installing and pre-approving libraries for, open source libraries, and so on and so forth. A lot of, such things. Very, very critical, very important role. The other critical thing is, and then before talking about that, I think it's also important to understand when we talk about analytics, a machine learning model is probably one of the many critical elements of the use case, right? And it's not the only element, right? When we talk about analytics use case, we certainly talk about bringing in efficiencies. And that is mainly done by the predictive models, right? Machine learning models in giving us, customers who are likely to show a particular type of behavior. But now, having that list and having that predictive model with us, the next thing is to decide what kind of channels to use to reach out to those customers, right? What kind of sales mechanisms we need to use, what kind of sales incentivization we need to do, what kind of customer rewards we need to have. There are multiple components, which play a role in the success of any analytics use case. Now, here again, when we talk about delivery, right? When we talk about channels that we can use to reach our customers, IT again plays a very important role. Now, in this era, we are only talking about digital channels, right? And digital channels again means IT plays a very important role. Now, again, talking about, few examples and from banking industry, if we believe, doing some level of personalization on mobile banking platforms is required to deliver the impact of a use case, we certainly need to go to IT for doing that development. If we want some kind of personalization to happen on our website, we have to go to IT. If we want some kind of personalization or delivery channel, ATM as the delivery channel, we go to IT. Long story short, IT plays a very critical role, not just in setting up the infrastructure, which is required to deliver these use cases, but also for us to enable these channels to go to the customers.
Thanks, Pranay. I can also share some thoughts on the business IT engagement. Gartner talks about bimodal IT, having an organization within IT which keeps the lights on, and there's one organization along with business which works on innovation and the cool stuff on innovation and technology. And that's important. Today, IT is no longer a note taker. So tell me what you want. It's more about, let me step into your shop and suggest technologies which can bring in value to you. And that's been the new trend in IT, and that's how it should be, according to me here. So great thoughts, Pranay. We'll possibly move to a last round of questions to everybody. I think we're doing good for time. Yep. To Neil. You've been sponsoring these large programs, right? And the digital transformation program. In your opinion, in your considerable experience here, who should be part of a team who actually measures the ROI, who measures the outcomes? Pranab gave a point about it being independent, right? But your question to you is, who should be constituents of the team, which is actually measuring outcomes and ROI?
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, as we've been discussing, this is about business transformation, right? I mean, digital is the objective, but this is about how we change our organizations per se. And the short answer is the business, right? They are ultimately going to be the recipients of the improvements that we're delivering. We shouldn't be marking our own homework, that's for sure. But we should be working with the organizations, the control functions, the operational teams, the financial teams, to actually come up and agree with them to a reasonable set of expectations, a reasonable set of outcomes that we want to achieve over a specific time frame. As we said earlier, we look to see how we can evolve the proposition, what we can deliver when, what can bring value sooner rather than later. But absolutely, it needs to be a group effort, but it needs to involve these control functions and management functions.
Just a point here on this is, yes, you have the control function, you have the CFO, you have the business, you have maybe even the transformation team and even IT in a room, possibly, doing this measurement. But each one of them, have their own performance KPI, right? So how do you glue them together to a common objective?
Well, this is the key thing about top-down versus bottom-up, right? I mean, everything has to fundamentally be driven by the very top. That has to set the goal, because there are going to be conflicts otherwise. And you do see this within organizations where the CEO, the board are setting a specific direction. But again, as I say, it's about the fundamentals. It's about getting the foundations right. There are going to be conflicts in there, and people need to be able to put their hand up and go, well, you know what, yes, this is great, we've got this new agenda, however, these targets I've got are now going to be impacted. You need to understand that whilst we will do everything we can do to meet those objectives, if we don't do this because of a preceding directive, we need to have some understanding that this is not something that's being driven through in any error or failing of those functions or departments themselves. So you have this consolidated, consistent approach towards the end goal.
You're absolutely right. Top down, and he's visibly telling that, hey guys, you have to work as a team. I mean,
everyone's experimenting here. Everyone is moving forward. Everyone is trying to innovate. There is going to be challenges. There are going to be failings, 100%. But the whole idea that we're working towards this new ideology, this whole new technological foundation for what we actually want to achieve for our customers, for our operations, for our business, that has to be at the forefront.
Awesome, Ken. Awesome, Neil. Thank you. Last question to Ken here. You've done this question might be useful for people who are doing ERP implementations, and he has pioneered a large-scale ERP implementation to the cloud, ostensibly. ERP transformations are big. Some people think they're white elephants, right? But they are like crazy big. And how did you break that mountain of work? Do you do a POC, MVP, phased approach, big bang approach? And each of those approaches have different cost ramifications, right? So it's interesting to know how you go about it.
Yeah, so ERP transformations, I've done about 15 of them right now. I see them as the core of digital transformation often. It's like, if you compare driving a truck versus driving a car, the ERP transformations typically touch upon all aspects of an organization. Every individual of the organization is involved. In terms of what kind of approach, you can most common in the past at least was a waterfall approach, right? Nowadays we talk more about agile approaches. However, with ERP that's not so simple. Because typically an organization already has an ERP, and when you switch off the old ERP and switch on the new one, everyone needs to have immediately the full set of requirements working. So a big bang approach is often something that is desirable. However, you can move away from the traditional waterfall approach by doing a more iterative approach, meaning during the design, build, and test cycles, you do that in multiple phases, right? You first try to lock in, let's say, 30% of your requirements, build that, test that, get validation, let the business users already feel and have a look at the system. Then you do another iteration and lock in another percentage of that of those requirements until you reach the 100%. Then afterwards, you do a full-blown test, an UAT, and then you're ready for go live. I mean, this is very simply put, but that's how I see ERP implementations. Now, going to the cloud or staying on premise, I mean, everyone needs to go to the cloud.
Yeah.
It's not only because it's more cost effective, it's also because it will allow you to be more agile as an organization in the future, right? Cloud-based solutions, especially the SaaS solutions, they are way more upgraded, much faster upgraded compared with an on-premise system. And also, they will not allow for heavy customization, which makes you, by definition, more agile. Besides that, all vendors are nowadays building mostly cloud products. So if you need to choose one, it's most likely going to be a cloud.
Lovely.
product.
15 ERP implementations. Ladies and gentlemen, that's really great words from him. So cloud is fine, no customization, go big bang preferably, and keep the entire team together, an iterative approach. Awesome. Last question to you, sir. Sunando. It's a quick question. Maybe Neil has touched upon it, but quick 3 success factors, you think, and 3 failure factors in any transformation program. What do you feel, if you were the CEO, what would you pin on the wall? These 3, do these 3, and don't do these 3.
So yeah, putting very simply, I would say, first I would say, have a core team manage it, because that is extremely important. Right stakeholders from the right business owners, identify them, let them run it, because otherwise you're not looking for success. Number 2, I would say, I read this statement somewhere, keep it human, because end of the day, it is going to touch the people, your customers, be it your customer, be it your user, your employees, everybody. So keep it human, think from that perspective, and start designing your your journey, transformation journey. And the third, I would say, I think the most important, communication. Keep communicating all the time across the levels, because a lot of the time what happens is maybe, and this is a kind of a drawback from the first point that I said, you make a team and the team communicates among themselves. They do not, or they just communicate to the executive management or the leadership and just leave it there, but it doesn't go to every level. So it can become an impediment as well if you really don't manage communication. 3 negatives or impediments. I would start with if the why is not clear. I think that's if the real objective is not clear. I think that's a no-go even. I don't think any transformation project would happen. Second thing is what I've seen in most cases, and which we touched upon in the previous question, a lot of cost overruns and this, cost overruns, timeline overruns happen. So there's a natural tendency for cutting corners and reducing the scope and trying to manage something which is manageable within so you basically, put it within that hole that, that's my cost limits. We need to do everything within that. It can become, actually, you don't really get your objectives, delivered. And I would still say the biggest impediment, which I kind of linked, is lack of communication. I think that's the big one. If people are not on board, it's a failure.
Awesome, Sunando. Core team, keep it human, and communication, and and not clear objectives, cutting corners due to various reasons, recipe for disaster, and lack of communication. Very good. So let me pick up Pranay's brain. He's an AI machine learning expert here. So the ROI calculation is typically very mathematical, driven by the CFOs, driven by the business lines. It's pretty straightforward, right? Calculating budgets, calculating all of that. Do you think AI, machine learning, these technologies, can they help in doing this better? Can you use a model of past performance? Are there any innovative approaches to budgeting, to do ROI calculations? Is there something out there which you can share with us?
So I think machine learning helping us, doing ROI calculation. I think ROI calculation as a direct outcome of machine learning looks unlikely, but certainly what we have seen in the past, and we have a lot of use cases today. For example, something like customer lifetime value, right? Now this is something which one area where we are really using machine learning today, right? Which helps us in predicting what is customer's lifetime value, right? Based on his behavior, based on his transactions, based on his demographics, right? And based on what kind of product holding, this customer has. Now, as far as the ROI is concerned, right? It's a very subjective thing. If you talk to 5 different people, right, you are going to get 5 different numbers. This is before starting the use case and before doing the campaigns, right? However, after the campaign, after the use case, there shouldn't be any ambiguity over it, right? There are certain cost lines, there are certain revenue lines. You have those numbers with you, and you have the ROI calculated of the project, right? Now, one example of this is these machine learning advanced analytics programs are actually, most of these programs are around creating efficiencies. And what do I mean by creating efficiencies is, I'll just take one very straightforward, simple example. Right? We talk about customers' propensity of going for a particular product, right? Though we normally see this as a cross-sell model, a cross-sell campaign. However, it's not really a cross-sell campaign. Yes, it tells us, who are those customers who are most likely to take a product. But in the end, what are we actually gaining here is, instead of my sales team reaching out my entire customer base and checking how many of those customers would take a particular product, I want to only target a very small base and probably achieve 70% or 80% of the potential sales. Now, if we look this use case, with this lens, we realize it's not really a cross-sell campaign. It's actually building us, helping us with creating efficiency, right? So in the end, all these or most of these projects are about creating efficiency, and all these projects have certain cost and certain upside. And that upside in most of the cases is revenue, and in a lot of cases, these are non-monetary benefits which can then be converted into monetary benefits, and the ROI can be calculated.
Thanks, Pranay. Just I'll quickly summarize what we had a great discussion, gentlemen. Before we field questions from the audience, we talked about establishing a trustful organization, keep it human, forming a multidisciplinary core team, and with the direction and support from top was established. We talked about large transformation programs. To adopt an iterative approach is better, where you can see low-hanging fruit getting success. We talked about the importance of communication in an organization, which are important for a transformation program. There are very clear early warning signs when we see change of direction, when you see that people are not working in silos. That's a clear early warning sign. We talked about how the importance of baselining your current baselines of cost and revenues before you embark on measuring your ROI metrics. And we talked about an independent ROI team, a multifunctional team, so to speak, which can be calculating ROI. So if we have these elements of success, the ROI for a transformation project can be managed effectively is the summary here. So I'll open the floor for questions from the audience, ladies and gentlemen. So you can introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Yeah, hi, Salim, this Arun here. Arun Shankar here from GEC Media. Very interesting point raised by Pranay in the end about converting some of the analytics which are less tangible into tangible ones. But my question is a little bit more, if supposing a certain part of the transformation project gets bogged down, okay, for whatever reason, which is the best way to go forward? Because obviously the ROI has failed, certain things have failed, overruns. How do you actually manage a part of a transformation which is bogged down? Do you shelf it? Do you replan it? Or do you convert, even if there is a benefit in a qualitative fashion, can you present that and defer the quantitative part for later? Which is the best way to handle it? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think very important question, right? And this, happens a lot of times. And, as I said, there are multiple components to a project, right? Which are associated with the success of the project. Now, if we cannot deliver a part of that delivery of the overall project, I think it is very important to really assess, what part of the success of the project is associated with that component, right? And if you believe, irrespective of the cost associated with that element, if a very high portion of the success is associated with that component, right? I think then we need to take a call whether we have to really go ahead with the project or not, right? So end of the day, so what really matters is how critical that element is for the impact, right? And if it is really not very critical, I think we can still go ahead with the project. If it is very, very critical for the impact of the project, for the objectives that we have defined for the project, then I think we need to take a call if we have to really go ahead or not.
Thanks, Pranay. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? We have a gentleman here.
Hi, my name is Hamad. I'm from Finis Technology. It's a system integrator. So my question is to Mr. Ken. So when do you think a company reaches to a point of stability which it can very proudly say it has reached the level of digital transformation in terms of the entire IT infrastructure? Or do you think that is never going to end? It's an indefinite loop of things that keeps on coming, evolving and changing. How would you state that when is the time that, yes, we are confident that we have reached that stability?
I think the answer to that question is it's most likely a continuous flow of digital transformation, right? So as the business is evolving, as the market is moving forward, different requirements pop up, and you need to also follow as an organization. And like I said before, it is the business strategy that drives the digital transformation. And as such, it will also continuously feed into the need for new projects and a change of strategy, right? Typically, you make a strategy or a roadmap for 3 years, maybe 5 years, and you will start executing that. But you need to be ready to change that along the way. Whether a project is not going as expected, maybe it takes longer. Maybe you get to know unknowns for which you need to revise your roadmap. And most likely there will be new initiatives coming in. For example, when we had set our technology strategy already, validated and everything with the top management, we started executing the roadmap. I think a year after, there was a new business initiative and new business model change where we want to introduce, telesales model. And we basically had to squeeze in a Salesforce project as well. So it's a continuous thing. I don't think there will be a status quo. In fact, once you believe there is no more digital transformation need, then I think you should be starting to think, are you doing the right thing?
Yeah. The transformation journey never stops, Samad.
I think there's another question there.
Question here.
My question really is related to change management. In my experience, when I start dealing with the business, I usually find them focusing 100% on the tool. And to them, they tick a box, we achieved if the tool is there. And of course, this doesn't make sense. And really, they need to think about the change or the business process around this tool. So maybe if someone can just share some insights about how do you manage this, that will be really helpful.
I'll maybe give a few, maybe Neil first and then Sunanda. Can you introduce yourself, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Manal. I'm the IT head in Merck's Rono. It's healthcare industry, and I look after Middle East.
Thank you.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's something we've all seen. And again, it comes down to the fundamentals of ensuring that you have the right level of engagement from the businesses, not just from a silo perspective, but looking at the overall flow, the process that you're actually engaging in. I mean, this, again, depending on whether it's a micro or a macro change to the organization, you need to really look at that full flow from start to finish. You need to understand all the touch points that exist in there. This comes back down to the fundamentals of business analysis, of systems analysis. This is how the two team together. And, you know, very much as we've talked about today, collaboration is absolutely critical in being able to make this work effectively. We've seen this all too many times where the business either isn't engaged effectively or at all sometimes for what it needs to be done, and then it gets delivered something at the end which isn't fit for purpose. They then get annoyed, you then go through fixes and changes, and it goes on and on and on, and it never gets to deliver the benefit of what it truly should have done. So it can't be overstated just how critical those early stages are, and that the correct stakeholders are involved in those processes. And I don't think this is anything specific to do with any digital transformation. This is transformation per se. This is 101 stuff. But it's amazing how often it doesn't happen. And like I say, you get the foundations, everything's a lot simpler.
Sunanda, would you like to?
I absolutely echo Neil's thoughts, because I think digital transformation, also the gentleman highlighted, when do you see IT transformation? It is not IT transformation, and it is pretty much like a business transformation. Digital is an enabler which actually gets us there. So as you said, yes, ticking the boxes, met, all the use cases are delivered, will never achieve a digital transformation. It has to be the cultural change, it has to be the adaptability, it has to be the acceptance by everybody. I think the gentleman, that statement in the morning and afternoon, either we all go digital or I go home. I think that's a real takeaway for me even today. I think all of us agree on that.
And man, that was a great important question, and I supplement them. Hope it answered your question. Yes, you're absolutely right. In my experience also, I've seen many people try to do a tick in the box exercise. It's very important for you to define the success outcomes. What defines success? Is it just a UAT sign off? Is it just go live? Hey, somebody announces it's go live, but it's not meeting my needs. So it's very important to define your success outcomes, is my advice to you. Next
Absolutely.
question.
I was just going to say one other aspect to this is, we've just got to be conscious of the fact that people have day jobs. And I think, again, it's very easy when you work in a project world that is your day job that you just think these things are going to happen. It always takes longer. And then it's not just on that definition aspect, it's the testing as well. Test it properly. You need to have the right amount of time and be mindful of the fact that people are having to do their day job at the same time.
Not everybody has the luxury of capacity to do that. Yeah. Any other question?
Maybe
I think we're done of time.
add one comment that...
Mr. Riyasat, take one more last question.
Okay, thank you.
If we can take the rest of the questions offline, Salim, I think so that would be really great. But
Okay,
thank you so much for the session. They're more than welcome to take any questions offline. But I would need you all to be on the stage while I call Anushree as well for a little token of appreciation from our end. Anushree, can we please have you on stage? Thank you so much, Salim, Neil, Ken, Sunando, and Pane. And I apologize for cutting this conversation short, but you're more than welcome to take it offline. As we are running very tight on time, I would like to call upon our next speaker. We've been talking about hybrid workplace ever since COVID and after COVID. To share further insights on hybrid workspace, I'd like to welcome Nidish Parayat, Alliance Manager, Product Manager, Logitech Enterprise Video Conferencing, Aviantech, to give the technology keynote. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. Let me start off by playing a very short video. Can we have the video, please?
Allow me to explain. The real problem lies in the man whose initials mark the detonating graffiti on the streets of our peaceful city. The man behind the EF, Mr. Edgar Friendly. For a sadly extended period of time, we in San Angeles have been plagued by a pack of subterranean hooligans. You will come to know them as scraps. Men and women who have left the comfort of our society only to spew hostility at the very bosom that they have relinquished. There was a time when we used to look upon these scraps as rather pathetic and relatively harmless. Now they have a leader. Mr. Friendly seems relentless in his ambition to infect our harmony with his venom. He must, of course, be stopped.
Well, now this is an interesting clip from a movie which was released in the year 1993. It showcases about the year 2025. Okay. Now, technologically, we have advanced in a better way to make a video conferencing. Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah. So, very good afternoon. Before we proceed any further, very good afternoon to each one of you. My name is Nidish Parayat. I am the product manager for Logitech Enterprise Video Conferencing at Aviantech. Now, you guys must be thinking why I'm starting with a conclusion. Well, today I'm here not to come up with new ideas or arguments. I'm here to explain or sum up with some of the ideas that we all already know. And the conclusion is that video has become omnipresent. Now, to give you a brief history, in the 1800s, it was the Bell Labs. In the 1990s came the internet boom and also the introduction to the video conferencing. In 2000, it was the smartphone, WhatsApp, Facebook, FaceTime, etc. In 2020 hits the COVID pandemic and boom, there's a rise in video conferencing. So right now, video conferencing has become so essential that we are entitled to reimagine work, how we work, where we work, and most importantly, the ecosystem. Now, along with it comes a lot of opportunities and threats. Opportunities as in it brings in a lot of flexibility. It's more efficient. Now, threats as such as, are we securely connected? Are we on an enterprise-grade environment? Yeah. Now, there's no single answer how we can reimagine the work, how the near future or the future is going to be. But it's not going to be the way it was. As in, not that everyone is going back to the offices, or not everyone is stuck forever at home. Yeah. So here are some interesting statistics which shows that around 40% of them feel better while working at home, and around 19% feel worse. Now, in terms of productivity, there's around 43% who do more while working at home, and 24% who do less. Now, in terms of ideal working number of days at home, and in terms of energy level, there's 33% of them who feel more energized, and 22% who feel less energized while working at home. Various other factors as well. Now, there's 22% who does not understand the VC software system itself. There's 73% who would like to work from home in the future, while only 23% wants to use Office in terms of collaboration. Yeah. Now, this is another statistics which is from various generations. Now, it sums up as an average of 30% of them prefer from all generations to work from home, and another 30% on an average prefer to work from office full time. Now, there's another 40% who prefer to have an hybrid scenario. There's one more statistics which is very interesting, that how different types of meetings, different age groups perceive different types of meetings. Yeah. Now, for the latest generation, our latest generation, which is Generation Z, they perceive the meetings as an upload or download format. There is the least emotional value towards it. Now, when it comes to the age group of 30, they are a little more collaborative and creative in terms of attending meeting. When it comes to 40 and 50, they would like to have a very much personal connection, a social interaction. When it comes to the higher management, they would like to have a social connection and high amount of emotional value. Now, here is where Logitech plays a key role in terms of technology. By having the right technology, we are able to connect with our far end, though we are working at home, or be it the different generations, with the right sight, right light, and right sound. So, right sight as in we auto-frame the people that are in the room, and we have a correct color optimization, along with proper echo cancellation, noise cancellation, and your audio is being covered, transferred to the far end. Now, when it comes to a consumer journey, we look at two ends. We look at as an user end and also towards the IT. Now, what a user needs is, they want to completely eliminate the technology anxiety. They want to present their best self. Now, here, when it comes to Logitech, we are providing the easiest solution where you walk into a room, you click on a join button, you're there on a meeting with all the peripherals active. Yeah. Now, on another scale, it's just a USB plug and play. We are just providing the peripherals. It's just a USB plug and play, and you are activated with the video conferencing. Now, when it comes to IT, they need clear options. They need control, peace of mind, and scalability. Clear options as such. Now, when it comes to a small room, medium room, large room, they all need different kind of. Now, Logitech comes with a package where you have got the exact fit product for each size of rooms, be it the small room, huddle room, medium room, or large room. Now, in terms of control and peace of mind for the IT, there's an application called Sync. Now, what Sync does is, he can centrally manage from his office the entire system which has been deployed in their offices or organization. Well, I'm almost done with my presentation. In order to balance the overtime that was happening, mine is a very quick presentation. So here I have a very small activity. I would like to engage all of you guys. Now, the activity is very simple. I have projected some words on the screen. Now, I would like all of you guys to just read it and try to come up with what sort of message that you are receiving out of it. Just some comments so that we can proceed further. I hope there's mics spread across. If someone can come across with what is the message that you're understanding, or does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. However it is, just I want few feedbacks, and then I can proceed further. Yes, yes. Is there a mic? Yeah.
So I hope you wouldn't mind the answer. It makes no sense.
Perfect, perfect. That's fine. Excellent. So that makes no sense for him. Now, is there anyone? Excellent. Thank you so much for contributing. Is there anyone else with something else? Yes, sir, please. If you understand anything, does it have something emotional, teamwork? I get all these kind of answers. Is there anything that you're getting out of it? No? For all of you, it doesn't make any sense? All right, let me move further. I'll just click on to the next slide, and please read once again. Yeah, I can see a smile on the gentleman's face. Now, what do you feel now? Now it makes sense. So there was something that was missing earlier, and suddenly, right now, all of these sentences make sense. So my model is what was the thing that was missing? Exactly. So the context was missing. So it's really important for us to understand what context we are in. It's really important for us to understand that we have moved from a traditional workspace scenario to a modern workspace, hybrid workspace. And it's very much important for you guys to have equipped technologically with the right technology partner. And that's where we at Logitech provide you the best solution. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. And I believe the ending, everybody really, they were able to focus and pay attention.
Thank you so much.
And can we please have Ronak on the stage to give a token of appreciation?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So moving on with the next presentation. Before that, I would just like to ask one question. With a show of hand over here, who has seen the Netflix series Black Mirror? Okay, we've got a few people around. And for those who have not seen it, I would really suggest that you should really watch it. Because there is very specific, it has some very specific futuristic developments in terms of how business transformation and technology will change the future that's coming. For example, take an example of the Google Lens. They have an episode which records the entire history of you, and which, again, as I mentioned, it's inspired from Google Lens. And there's another episode in which they take your conscious, they take your literal conscious and they put it into a chip. And that chip controls everything in your house, from your lighting to how you want the temperature when you wake up, and to how crispy you want your toast in the morning. So think about it, putting your consciousness into a chip. Now, this might be way ahead into the future or not. I would like to leave this thought for now. And we'll talk about something that's happening currently in the medical industry in terms of a business transformation. And for that, I would like to call upon Mr. Padam Sundar Kafle, Head IT and Automation of Aster Hospitals, UAE, to give his keynote on what's happening in the hospital industry and the benefits and challenges of transforming healthcare institutions and adopting of digital technologies. Can I please have Padam on the stage? Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Padam Sundar Kafle. I am head of IT and automation for Aster Hospital UAE. So I am the techie in the medical from the beginning. So I have almost 17 years of experience in the medical technology, basically technology service in the medical. So first of all, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. So we are going to talk about the digital transformation in medical, right? The health. So most of us understand what is the importance of health now, right? So the 2020 is the biggest lesson for us. So if your health is good, then everything will be fine. But even if you have a lot of money or a lot of luxury life, but if your health is not good, then we are not going to survive. So this is the big lesson we got in 2020. So just to start with, so technical issues are, we are very familiar with, so we call it as a runtime error. So this is actually a runtime error. So why healthcare to digitally transform? So this is the very biggest question, right? The the crisp answer is the making the patient journey seamless. If I need a medical help or if I need the medical assistance, why I need to go to the hospital? So if I need the primary health assistant, why can't I connect with the physician, right? So this is the first question. So many of us might know His Highness Sheikh Mohammed has started the doctor for every citizen here, right? So that is exactly where the digital transformation we want to see. The making the clinician experience better, because today the physician has to go through the whole patient history to understand what is the actual cause. So for that, if we are not digitally transformed, they will have to spend maybe so much of time to understand what is the history. So reduce the waste and the fraud. So the medical fraud is another big challenge today in the market. So transforming digitally are definitely going to give us the benefit in the medical fraud, to control the medical fraud. So now the question comes, what is the role of leadership? Because many of the organizations, they don't want to transform because they have a fear. So the fear is, what if we are fail, right? The fear is, what if the patient care got delayed? So there is the role of the leadership, so where the leadership can play the major role, the practicing the progressive over idealism. There is a democratizing technology, or the foster effective communication, focus on the value creation over the value delivery. Then the heart of transformational leader, inspire innovation and the promote trailblazing. So basically, the visionary leader actually want to be on top of everything, right? So if I give the example of my own organization, our CEO is the one of the digitally thinker. So digital thinker, I should say. So he say always the digital first in the healthcare. So if we want to talk about the challenges, the 5 most important challenges of the digital transformation in healthcare are, of course, the old habit of the employees and the customer. Most of us get the answers when there is need for big changes. A lack of the software interoperability. If you see today in the UAE, there are 3 health information exchange. So the HIE we tell, right? So the Abu Dhabi started in 2014, and the UAE, so Dubai adopted in 2019 basically. So they started from 2019, and now the rest of the Emirates, they are moving into the RIAYT program, so which is the health information exchange. So this was lacking into many of the countries today, but in the UAE, we are blessed with the visionary leaders where we are going to get the benefit of the health information exchange. So need for the designating new forces, the data protection regulation, and the cost of the digitization. So these are the main challenges today in the healthcare to transform digitally. So what are the benefits we are going to get if we are transforming digitally? Of course, the new modes of the healthcare service delivery, such as telemedicine. So today, we all know what is the importance of telemedicine in 2020 when the COVID was actually hit us. So many of us connected through the teleconsultation, and many of us got the medicine delivered to the home. So they improved the efficiency of the existing operations in the healthcare facilities. Using the data, we can do a lot of things into the hospital. They improve the collaborating between the healthcare practitioner. So we can talk about the second opinion, or there are so many other benefits we are going to get, or the cross consultation. The improved patient monitoring and communication using wearable and mobile apps. So this is the future going to be, right? So today I am using an Apple Watch. So this gives me my basic health records. So what is my heart rate? What is my the activity within a day? If I need to go to the doctor, if there is a ECG, the abnormality of the ECG. So everything I am getting from my Apple Watch. So this is what we are going to get when we are transforming digitally. The improved use of the data to personalize healthcare service. So because personalization of healthcare is a requirement today. If I go to a hospital, instead of I am telling people, I need this, why can't system tell me, okay, so in the last visit or in the other hospitals or other healthcare facility, when I visit, these are my needs. So I have the allergy. I may not prefer the room with the certain the noise or something. So this is what the personalized care we can actually achieve. And so this is the main key benefit we are going to get from the digitized healthcare. I think it's again stuck. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So change we can see from the
I can change the slide, right? There is a slide change.
Sorry. Okay. So the healthcare delivery infrastructure, right? The healthcare delivery model is no longer limited to physical clinics and hospitals. The digital transformation can connect the medical need from anywhere. The technology is making it possible for the medical practitioner to cooperate remotely. For example, the remote physicians can guide others during the surgery. Additionally, physician can remotely examine and treat the patient. Many hospitals provide remote patient counseling and the video-based treatment services. So this is the data from the American Medical Hospital Association. The 76% of the hospital have computerized telemedicine system. Of course, the change we need to. So this is the continuation of the change. What we can see, the digital transform of our healthcare. So of course, the cloud-based system, we are going to get the benefit of the AI. The medical AI is the big topic today in the market. The big data. So there will be there will be data lake and a lot of data which we are getting from different devices. So can be analyzed, and that can actually we can make the AI model. So which can be used for the prediction of the patient health or the treatment. And API is an interoperability, of course, the safe and effective data exchange. So we are seeing into the UAE. We already started with the 3 HIE. So this is what we are going to get. The one patient treatment data in any of the hospital in UAE can be available for all the hospitals whenever they are in the need. And integrated wearable technology. I have talked about the medical internet of medical things. And these are the few points we need to take care about in the post-digital transformation. Is the effective data management in place, the effective cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is another big topic today, and the effective data privacy in the law, because in the medical field, if the data privacy is compromised, then we are going to fail into in the digital transformation. So this is what I have from my past experience, and with this, I am actually end up the session now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Padam. Anushri, can we please have you on stage? So that was like really on time. I think so before, like, you made it 10 minutes from 15 minutes. That's amazing. So now we move on to the next session and continuing the conversation around Metaverse. Can I please have Dr. Ullas Rao, Assistant Professor of Finance and Program Director, Heriot-Watt University, Dubai, to give critical insights on technology and innovation opportunities around the Metaverse model. Over to you.
So this is the one, right? Okay, ahead is this one, right? Yeah. Okay, sure. Right, friends. Salam alaikum and good evening. So perhaps I'm the only academic here, so probably an outlier. But at the same time, my idea is to sow some thoughts and ideas pointing to the metaverse. Of course, I won't call myself as a tech expert, but definitely an enthusiast on metaverse as well as the NFT. So yeah, let's begin with this. Can you have the video, please? So just a video to get us started.
We humans, we've come a long way to get where we are today. Looking back, it's hard to believe what we have achieved. What drives us forward? What spurs us on? It's our insatiable need to learn and know, to do and grow, to twiddle and tweak, and 2.0. We humans, we're never done. We've made monuments and cut through continents, mastered human flight, sent up satellites, walked in outer space, created user interface, built cities on sand, turned sea into land, and still, we're not done. We made levitating trains and open world games, constructed super towers and grids for solar power, made houses smart, turned food into art, built self-driving cars and taught bots to play guitars. But no, we're not done. We found cures for disease, performed symphonies, probed the ocean floors, made machines do our chores, deconstructed quarks, studied great white sharks, sequenced our genomes, and even 3D printed homes. Are we done yet? Oh no, we're not done. In fact, we need to do even more than ever before. Our planet is in need of help. There are challenges we can't ignore. But remember, we are humankind. No job's too big if we set our minds. If we all embrace the spirit that there really is no limit. If we rise to this occasion and come together across nations. If we integrate and ideate, we can make the future great.
Right, friends. So for me, Expo 2020 was really an inspiration, thanks to the visionary leadership of, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Now, my idea, that I want to present here is, could we have an Expo 2020 in the world of metaverse as well? Perhaps as an introduction to Dubai, those who are unaware about it, so where they look into the Expo 2020 site, which is now going to be commonly known as District 2020. So to have a flavor of District 2020 through the metaverse, and Dubai, as they say, is the land of all the superlatives. So why can't we get started with that? So that's the first point that I thought I'll share or so in your mind. So let me just take you through this conversation forward, and what I'm really going to touch upon is technology, innovation, and opportunities surrounding the metaverse. Of course, coming from academia or a business school, I can't help but also talk about how I might see the change in the sphere of education as well, and perhaps that might apply in the world of training as well.
hope it goes to the next one. Yeah, can it go to the next one? Yeah, having some problems here. Sorry. Yeah, can you just have another one? Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. Right. So, this is an interesting stuff, and I'll just give you the correlation here, right? So, it is about be my guest. So, the first word is like this, where seas built on land, stories appear from the sand. In Metaverse, we can definitely say that the origins basically took the verse, directly from the sci-fi, right? So I just want to relate some of these proverbs, with Metaverse. So what we are saying is, the verse was basically taken from sci-fi. Like the jewel from the ocean, they fall from the sky. Now, technology can be used as a boon. Now, if you want to again see the correlation here, something that is falling from the sky, think of balloon actually. Now, why balloon? If I say balloon, maybe I would want you to start thinking about Google and providing internet, right? Think about the project that Google, had envisioned to provide internet to low-cost countries and so on. We are going to talk about it. Like the hammer, shield, and armor, the earth's mightiest gain their power. Now here we are just going to focus about the portfolio of services that could be made available through Metaverse. So what is it? So that's something very important. So Metaverse is just giving us that power, to change the way we envision life to make it much more better. Before you proceed on with your quest, you have to pass the cyclone test. I think it is without doubt convincingly clear that innovation in the world of Metaverse is infinite, right? So that's what I want to relate to this. And go back in time. Go back in time implies what? We obviously are now living with the fiat currency. And we had Mr. Wong, brilliantly speaking about the coins, the bitcoins. Of course, we are all heartbroken for the way the bitcoin is performing. But there is an important lesson to be learned from the fiat currency. By the way, all of these things are actually part of the Be My Guest, where one of my favorite actors, Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, is the brand ambassador for the Dubai tourism. So my another thought is, can Dubai tourism have a digital avatar of Shah Rukh Khan to introduce Dubai to the world? Because Dubai is first and foremost known for its tourism. So, if you can just go through that video, I don't have time to show that here. That's where he speaks all of these things. So that was the correlation that we're talking about. Right. So in this particular thing, obviously, I just want to give you a flavor of, how sci-fi turned into reality. And this must be, known to most of us because it is common knowledge. So just, refreshing our understanding on this. So I was just reading the Time magazine the other day on the Metaverse, and basically defined, which is common definition. So it includes a lot of terminologies, right? So which is artificial reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain, and digital assets, and so on. And obviously, the word Metaverse itself, was taken or appeared in 1992 dystopic, which is not really commonly evident in the, very famous novel, which definitely all of us need to read about Snow Crash. So Metaverse essentially is Internet 3.0. So as we said, it would include each one of these things. Now, the idea is, how do we really utilize Metaverse, to transform the way we engage in things? Now, one thought that I want to sow in your mind is, can we use Metaverse as a platform to give a virtual experience which can complement the physical experience, right? So just think about it. Can we have a meta bank? Can we have a meta clinic? Can we have a meta school? Where, the customers are first getting a virtual experience before we get into the physical experience. So at this stage, I may have, certain doubts as to whether the virtual world will completely replace the physical world. So we are still some time away. In fact, the real metaverse is going to appear only in the next 5 to 7 years, and we understand that Tencent, in China, and of course Google and Microsoft in the US are working very heavily, to bring their own versions, because obviously, these are the two biggest markets. And apparently, Mr. Wong was asked a question by Mr. Arun, so I thought I'll answer that question. And maybe by just a quick, poll of hand here, maybe any one of you can just throw a figure. What is the potential size of the metaverse? Anyone, any numbers on this? I like numbers. I'm from finance, so I will not take you much into that. But what is the potential size of metaverse? Yes? 3 trillion? Okay. Any other one? Sorry? Infinity? Okay. As of now, the potential growth of metaverse is equivalent to the size of the Chinese economy, which is $15 trillion. So friends, this is a big number, and we better catch up if we haven't already done that. Technology as a boon. Now here, obviously, we need to ensure that the entire world, all the market economies, be it developing, lesser developing economies, particularly countries in Africa, have the access to infrastructure, right? So obviously, Google's Loon project was a failure, primarily because they overshot on the cost, but we do understand that they had a good partnership with one of the major telecom providers in Kenya, and it provided a good success model there. So the idea is probably, why can't we develop first the infrastructure? And obviously UAE here is a prime example in terms of innovation. So can we bring 5G? Because infrastructure will be pivotal before metaverse becomes a reality, right? The next thought I want to reach out is, so can we reach out to markets and customers previously unserved, right? So that is where we are talking about giving them the virtual experience so that there is a demand for the physical experience. And I'm going to give you an example. And the next, thought that I want to sow in your mind is, can virtual experience replace physical experience? Now, here I've got a fantastic example. We are going to host the COP28 in Abu Dhabi after the recent one that happened in Glasgow, and climate change is a very big factor here. Now, my idea is, can we use metaverse? Can we give them those devices to the indigenous tribes in Amazon, in Andaman Nicobar Islands, in Australia? Because these individuals, it seems, have some very good solutions and some natural solutions to the problems that are enraging the world in terms of climate change. So can we integrate some of these indigenous communities into the mainstream through the metaverse? Give them the technology so that we get the answers from these people, and probably that can make a big change, right? So why not, again, UAE can be a harbinger of innovation on this particular platform as well. So metaverse portfolio, whole lot of things here. So I'll just quickly run this. So you have the digital avatar. So as I said, I would love to see Shah Rukh Khan as a digital avatar becoming a brand ambassador of Dubai tourism. Hopefully we are not too far away from that, and hopefully he'll agree to his avatar because he charges a lot, I know that. Virtual tourism, as I said, before going to Burj Khalifa, so let us say there's a person in Colombia who is sitting thousands of miles away, who can get to see the Dubai from the pinnacle of the 147th floor and enjoy its beauty and brilliance and its abundance before he makes up his mind to travel to Dubai to actually visit the Burj Khalifa. Of course, I hope many of us are football fans here, so we can't wait to take a flight to Doha to see the next FIFA upcoming in October 2022. So can we have the meta version of the FIFA 2022? I have put this in a slightly different color because I'm going to hopefully take you to Qatar in a while from now. Virtual concerts, sports, TV shows, the list is endless. Metaverse list is endless, right? So we used to crib that our children spend a lot of time on video games. The time has now come that we have to learn, how to be good players in some of these games. Virtual classes, this is one of my favorites. So I hope to be teaching on the virtual world about some basic lessons in finance to some of you in their digital avatars. And I also believe that, we had a friend from Aster. Why can't we take virtual consultation through a digital doctor before we actually go to a hospital for a physical examination, right? So opportunities are endless. So healthcare, hospitality, tourism, education, services industry is going for a big disruption thanks to the metaverse. Virtual market, buy and sell, merchandise. JP Morgan has already put some $50 million of its investment. Of course, it's a drop in their ocean so far as JP Morgan's assets are concerned. So that's going to become a big reality. Wong talked about the Digidand, so that's very exciting. And obviously, all of this is backed by the immutable identity on the distributed ledger, aka blockchain. Let me tell you, friends, that blockchain is not completely error-free. In fact, I was, reading one post by Salman Jafri, the CEO of DIFC, and he was saying that, obviously, because there have been a lot of thefts and so on with respect to blockchain, so quantum computing is perhaps going to replace blockchain very soon. So blockchain is a precursor to metaverse. We are having metaverse. So can we integrate quantum computing, which is perhaps error-free, which can make metaverse even more efficient? Can we... so this is a question. So can we have the video, please?
Great journey begins with our imagination. Imagine the ability to experience the smallest detail, feeling, emotion, a moment in time before it happens. Join us on a new journey where dreams become a reality. It's time to experience Qatar Airways in a way you could have only imagined. Welcome to Qverse, the Qatar Airways virtual customer journey.
Right, friends, so this is how I thought I would perhaps take you to Doha. So we are expecting Emirates, Etihad, and other airlines also coming up with their, virtual, cabin customer crew and so on. So before you fly any airline, maybe it's good to get a feel of what does it mean to fly, right? So this is about creating a virtual experience before you actually fly in. So that is an interesting piece there. And so this is one very important point, and I can't help talking about it coming from the finance domain. So actually I wrote a definition about NFT. So I'll just, probably read this out. So a common understanding is, NFTs are basically digital assets on an underlying piece of asset or any other, so it could be a work of art, music, or any other creative piece with immutability and unique identification based on smart contract through Ethereum. In fact, I'm already in the process of developing my own NFT. So very quickly, I know I have only 45 seconds now. How do you, in one single word, I want an answer. How do you monetize on Metaverse? I just want a one-word answer. No long sentences, just one-word answer very quickly. Sorry? Sell. Okay. The answer is, let your digital avatar create your NFT, right? Because human assets are something that is not recognized in balance sheet, but definitely thanks to your digital avatar, you can create your own NFT, and that could be worth millions of dollars. With this, let me close my thoughts. Thank you.
Amazing, a big round of applause. And for the token of appreciation, can I please have Anushri on stage? Thank you, Dr. Ulas. I think so our generation likes pop culture so much that we decided to turn science fiction into reality. No one gets that reference? Okay. And anyways, moving on, as Dr. Ulas said, opportunities are endless. And now we move on to the next session. I would like to, with the panel discussion, on the topic of diversity and inclusion to drive innovation in a business. I'll be calling, to reiterate, I'll be calling upon the panelists and the moderator And I would request them to be seated as per the arrangement on the screen. So to moderate the session, can I please have Shiba Hasnain, Senior IT and Digital Transformation Specialist on stage, followed by the panelist Yasmin Al-Ravi, Artificial Intelligence Researcher and Trainer, Qualis for Quality and Consulting. Next, Dr. Athra Sultan Al-Awani, School Staff Development and Wellbeing Department, Ajman UAE, Emirates School Establishment. Next, can I please have Siham Al-Bihisi, New Mobility and Technology Expert, Advisory Board Member, CEBC. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and over to you, Shiba.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Gurulin, for introduction. And although His Highness is not here, I would like to extend my thanks to His Excellency for providing us best infrastructure to progress in UAE. And I am also extending my thanks to GEC for having me here. Today, the topic of discussion with great women panelists is leveraging diversity and inclusion to drive innovation in a business and digital transformation journey. As we all know, change management, organizational culture, siloed working are principal factors for failure in business and digital transformation journey. Keeping the flip side of it, we can have positive level of diversity and inclusion to collaborate and communicate with the team to have a successful digital transformation journey. Here we have power-packed, futuristic ladies. They are expert in their area and we will discuss the same topic over here. Welcome you all for the session. So my first topic of discussion with you starts with digital transformation is challenging journey and it requires a careful management change among managers and the team. So I would like to ask Seham, with all your experience in mobility and different technology sectors in UAE, how does culture and positive diversity and inclusion relates to building acceptance of the change for digital transformation? Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. So when we talk about diversity and inclusion or even about culture, so diversity is having a seat at the table. Inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is having that voice be heard. And when we have that engaging environment, because we are in Industry 4.0, it's all about connecting and engaging. And the first thing is to connect and engage with your employees, which could be considered as a changing agents, which is, this is a basic, when we talk about the change, it's a transformation. So when we have that culture which promotes diversity and inclusion, of course, here it will help and promote the change. Of course, this needs to be led with having a clear purpose and common interest, and of course, the right mindset and skills. And the equal contribution of both women and men, when we talk about Industry 4.0 and having machines, the equal contribution of both women and men in this transformation, which could be considered as a social and economic transformation, is really mandatory and required.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving ahead to Arthra. Arthra, as Ms. Seham has explained that collaboration is the key for the change. And what is your point of view about it? Would you be able to explain?
Assalamu alaikum. About digital transformation, actually the main role played by the management team or leadership. So leadership has in his organization many dimensions: customers, employees, operations, services. All of those need careful leading for digital transformation. Actually, the services and operation, you can digitalize it. But where the most problem focus for building your transformation and business strategy for your this transition, you want to modeling the behavior that you want it in the organization. And the culture sitting in the organizations. This is the most important or crucial factor that making the transition move seamlessly. For example, we need to open mind to change for all our employees. We want our employees before our customers to be acceptance of using technology. We want them also to be a collaborative team, working on their mindset for the change. So this is, I saw it, it's most important one in the transition journey. For example, I will give you an example. We have in education or Ministry of Education, we have smart learning project since 2012. So gradually, this project covered all schools by 2017. We worked a lot on changing the behavior of our teachers, empowering their competencies in using technology and integrating technology in their teaching practices. In 2020, after the pandemic started, actually, the UAE is the best countries in smooth shifted to online education. Was one of the best offered the global. Why this transition was success? Why the UAE success in continuing the school timeline? And the school continue. We heard that a lot of countries stopped their schools. Because of teachers, they are ready to adopt online learning because they have competences. And also, in the same time, the infrastructure for the IT infrastructure for the schools was already done for a long time. As our system professional development department, we worked actually literally 24 hours in empowering our teachers to shift from face-to-face instructions to online instructions. Because the online teaching maybe need careful adoption actually and careful in learning design. Because of that, we see the success story. Maybe we have a lot of challenges in the house for parents, for students, to be honest, but for our teachers was successful transition to online because already they have behavioral change and already they accepting the use of technology.
That's great, Atra. It was great insight. And moving ahead to Yasmin. Yasmin, what is your view about building acceptance towards change by driving horizontal conversation for exchanging of ideas?
Actually, thank you, Adra. And to mention it, I was the one who's giving the online to educate teachers about the online training. That was how I met her, actually, where I was, it is the leadership. So again, it's the leadership. They have actually created a roadmap for the future. And when the leader have this foresight and the vision, you can see how smooth the map is. So talking about the change, I am as a leader, I have to foresight, I have to see what are the scenarios that might come. And in the UAE case, we can see they are planning for 100 years, 50 years. So they were prepared that computers will have that volume. We need to adapt. So they started with infrastructure. Second thing, it was about the users of those infrastructures. So each and every employee must have ICDL, which is the simple thing. And then my role was, at that time, which was 2018-19, to go to each school and spread awareness, teach the teachers what is AI, what is big data, and then I met an expert there who has a doctorate, and we became friends. And 1 year later, that lecture, which was a foresight, you remember, online, it became a reality. So everyone was prepared. It wasn't a shock. So that is the change. I am, as a leader, I have to sit and see what will happen after 5 years. It's not only in interviews they ask you, what do you predict in 5 years, where you will be? Your organization, your country, or even your family, you have to see what will happen in 5 years from now. So one of the scenarios was people go to technology, so we have. So to actually contain change, it's not one day. You cannot come to me now and tell me, go to another country. I will be panicked. But if I plan it, so the planning is number one, the leadership, the foresight, that's all can come. And it's one of the scenarios. This is how foresightings work.
Great vision, Yasmin. You mean to say that planning, leadership, and futuristic vision to prepare your team already for the future changes are the core for changes for digital transformation and business transformation. So thank you so much. Let's move ahead for the second question.
One point to this
please.
question, maybe you can relate to this.
Sure.
When we see the impact also of diversity on the transformation, when we look at the AI professionals, the ladies, we see them mostly in the different industries like the healthcare and the education health industries. And those are really the industries that we can see the digital transformation is doing very well. While other industries like mobility and energy, for example, we lack of really having the lead or even female AI professionals, and we see also slowdown when we talk about the digital transformation. So having an equal contribution by female in these industries, not only like we see most of the focus of female in education, healthcare, or even in other sectors, but yes, we need also to have a diversity or even more contribution to other important industries like automotive or even energy.
Thank you, Seham. Let's move ahead for the second topic of discussion today. The principal attributes for digital transformation champion, either men or women, for leveraging the benefits for digital transformation. So my question goes to you, Seham. You just explained about women and men. So what is your perspective towards the attribute of digital transformation that a person must acquire? And the second question is like, are you feeling that men are leading in this area? Like, you start with first question first.
So maybe the second one, of course, no, both can equally be a champion for sure. But what are the attributes for me? There are three things that complete each other. First, the skills, the mindset, and the culture. So starting with the skills, of course, there are so many skills that any leader can have. But for me, when we talk about digital transformation, or even business transformation, there are two important soft skills. They are actually very hard, which is problem solving and creativity. Problem solving is really to focus on the problem that you are trying to solve when we create any solution or even implement any roadmap. But what are the pain points or even the problems that we are trying to tackle before we jump to the technology? So focusing more on the problem, and then creativity is about connecting everything around us, which is when we're talking about problem, products, people, business. So the ability of connecting all these attributes will help us to find the right solution. And both skills will drive the innovation, which is the mindset of innovation is about a mindset. So if this person having that kind of innovative mindset, it's about questioning things around him, how we can improve things in a continuous basis, not only to do something wow in overnight or even one-time project and then stop. It should be a kind of simple steps in a continuous basis by keep questioning things around him in the environment and also connecting the problems. And it should not be like a one-time project. And then, of course, this leader should have or offer the right culture for his team by having first what we call it the kind of psychology safety, enabling them, because finally the team or the employees, those are the changing agents. If they feel safe to contribute and if they have the right mindset also and the right skills to empower them and to enable them, here we can see a very successful team led by a powerful leader.
That's great. How about your vision, thought about the men leading in this area? What do you say about it? Can women also come up and work out the same level?
Yeah, of course, both can do the same if they follow the right
What is
approach.
stopping? Like, do you see any differentiation here in this field?
Differentiate in terms.
Like men are there, women are less, women are there. Do you see this? Or how can we combat it?
I think it's about the mindset and about the approach that they follow. Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
But both
Thank
we
you.
can do amazing job.
Thank you so much, Seham. Moving ahead to Atra again, what do you see the most of the time about digital transformation? What are those attributes which must be there for a specialist in that area?
Actually, you know, there is a new concept called digital leadership. Digital leaderships need special competences more than just the general leadership. As Siham said, both men and women can have the same role and can lead that digital transformation for any organization. But this is also need specific skills and competences. They should have it. As we are in education sector, actually most of leaders in the education female. But in the IT, when I was shocked when I seen the numbers that too much less the number of leaders as in IT transformation. There are a lot of engineers, programmers, ladies, females, but actually as a leader, I see the number so less. I think the gender diversity in the management team can play a critical role in innovation, high performance for this organization, changing the culture of this organization, can lead to the, or can play the change maker in this organization. About the attributes, ladies, I don't know, the female actually have many soft skills in communication, for example, in influencing others. I think this can be good in leading work teams. Also, the curiosity and interest in following any innovative and advanced technologies in her field, education, health, whatever the field she works on. Actually, the female can lead and can play a critical role in digital transformation. From my experience, I'm working, and my interest actually, how I can use advanced technology in transforming learning experience for our learners. And how can I use or merge the AI analytics in learning platforms? This is my interest and my curiosity in this field. So I think we can lead.
Thank you, Arthra, for great insight. Surely it is very valuable for our audience. Moving ahead to Yasmin, the same, like what other attributes you find like for a digital transformation champion?
The champion is a champion. They have to look at what's their target, what they want to shift. So again, what is your goal using this technology and what this transformation will create for you? What is your ultimate goal? Like she has a goal now, it's identified. She wants to add AI and empower or improve the learning experience. So it is the team. Now, also like if I am a manager or a leader, I need to be aware of my team and their set of skills and how I can actually place every team member in the right spot. Like I can give this guy a communication skills. I need in this role, I need a communicator. I need someone to present me. Maybe I need I need an investor, or I need a partner or a strategic partner. And I have another one who is like a great programmer or an IT. So how I strategize again, how I lead, how I empower, how I influence to actually reach to that goal. So digital transformation is something need to be studied, why I am going there, what I want to see, what is the plan. I need to be clear about what really this organization or I am as a person or what I want. And then it will show up. Then everything will show up when you are clear. And what do you have now? Do I have what would it take to go for transformation, or I just want to know about it? From knowledge, resources, teams, experts. Do I want to utilize data or even hardwares?
Okay, thank you, Yasmin. So some of the principal attributes which we have collected by great minds here are skills, problem solving, creativity, goal-oriented approach, empowering people and influencing them. Along with that, I would like to add 2 more attributes which are coming in my mind, like emotional intelligence and empathy. I feel these are some of the core elements for a leader must have to run the team in a most efficient way. So that's all. Like, moving ahead to the next topic of discussion. It's related to your previous experience in the digital transformation role. How would you say, like, at least if you explain at least one area where you would make significant changes to make things happen in a most effective way? Seham, please start.
Yeah, sure. Just commenting also again on empathy and all these soft skills that really are important, and women are really famous with it, with all these, especially the working moms, working moms in technology, where they are able to teach. And we are talking about artificial intelligence and all these applications and machine learning, where women they prove that they are able to teach all these values and ethics and even show the empathy in the algorithms. So yes, of course, these are also very important attributes that we missed it, and thanks for adding this. And one more thing, the perception of maybe some of you that having that maybe men, they will do better than women in digital transformation leadership, maybe because of the high pressure of women in technology, especially the working woman, where they need to keep the balance between personal, professional, and also the continuous learning, because we are in an industry which keeps changing every day. We need to have a continuous learning program, and we need to keep the balance of that, because the moment you stop learning, you are outdated and you still start to. So this is also additional pressure, but I think this is very important for all women in tech, especially mothers. You have to keep this balance. Personal, and it's not only personal, the family, your personal life, then the family, this is all personal, then the professional and learning. Now, answering your question about what I could change based on my experience, of course, I will hire more female, because I want to make sure that I use their skills and change, because everything now is all about, because we are going more and more digital, and it's all about the experience, and I need to use these skills to integrate in all the AI applications to offer the best and easy experience, the customer experience, and empower them also to make sure that I support them with having continuous learning. And the last thing is to follow design thinking approach in every single decision or strategy or product or business transformation roadmap. Design thinking is very famous approach that most of the companies right now, when we talk about VOCA and more digital, they use, because we are asked to do things in a very fast way, answer the customer needs, do more for less, and to keep that pace with the fast changing world, we need to make sure that we are always focusing on the right problem that we are trying to solve. And this is the core, let's say, thing of the design thinking. And one name came to my mind as a very famous leader, and she's actually the longest serving CEO in the world, Indra Nooyi. She's the former CEO of PepsiCo. And what she did, actually, she transformed PepsiCo using design thinking. She transformed the whole business strategy, and she made it more a kind of a design-driven company. So I hope I answered.
That's great, Seham. It means design thinking and continuous learning. You feel these are some of the areas where we must make the changes to get the best results. Great, great inputs. Let's move to Arthra again. Arthra.
Also, I want to highlight her point about continuous learning or lifelong learner. We have to focus on this because the digital by hour changed. So we have to focus on this point to be updated all the time. As I said previously in the first question, that the component for digital transformation, we have employee, customers, we have operation and services. We said about the culture of employees and also how we can have a service that satisfies our customers. From my point of view is the most important thing that I will focus on the service and the product. To which extent this product will be easy to use, friendly, free of errors, and in the same time provide high quality service. This product, if have these characteristics, actually sure will be satisfied by both customers and employees. In the same time, the acceptance for using this product will be high. Easy of using this product and services also will be easy for them, so they will not have the challenge or difficult to adopt it. This is actually one of my, from my experience, I developed my own mobile application for learning as a learning platform or training platform. I use many of approaches like micro learning, that small piece of learning for my teachers. So I see it is simple to use in its behavior like Twitter or a social media. So they see it easy, they gain information, the message received to them. So the easy product or service maybe can be good change player for your digital transformation. Also, I want to add one important thing, sharing the sense of purpose for your digital transformation. Why I want to shift to using this platform, why I want to shift to using these services or products. When we believe about valuable impact or the importance of this thing, definitely we will adopt it quickly. That's my
That's
answer.
great.
Sense
Of purpose. We came up with the conclusion with the Atra. Moving ahead to Yasmin, please include some of the points.
Well, in the previous project I worked on, and it has like a challenge, it was the selection and the decision making. When they choose and decide on some vendors, let's say, and they choose this vendor, the challenge was that vendor did not fulfill what was expected. And here the project was delaying and in losing some of of course it wasn't expected. So what would I emphasize is the decision making and the due diligence on what are you choosing to transform with whom. So of course but however, some companies or some organizations fail in choosing the right partner or vendor or right for shifting. So the result was not fulfilled, and so that's the lesson we learned from the previous project. And the management need to take the decision, take the time, and when taking the decision, do not change it. Give those people the time to actually do something. Don't fire them. Don't just tell them goodbye, because you have to give the time for that project. Also, the patient, and was like the leadership again and again and again, because that was some of the challenges that if I would go to a project, I will actually keep those vendors solving this problem that it happened. and give them chance and not just pull back all the resources from them and we change to another one. That kind of some transitional very fast inside a project that I wouldn't do.
Thank you, Yasmin. Great takeaway from all of you, and it was a phenomenal discussion about the area of changes where we have to work out. And moving ahead, it's the time to sum up the session. And before going to audience, I would like to say that for women empowerment in digital transformation, what I feel, first of all, our women colleagues are little shy to come up and involved with different activities, so we must encourage them. And second thing is, all the women, we are mother, so we must encourage our girl child to have STEM. Then only we will have a bigger domain of women for digital transformation. So here we are summing up the whole session. If you have any question, please. Okay. Yes, please.
Thanks very much. So I just want to say I'm absolutely inspired by the conversation that you just had there. Some of the things that you've spoken about with regards to the children that went through COVID in education. It's been an amazing experience to see those people actually secure positions in universities around the world, and top universities that come from the UAE through the online program. You know, there was a lot of apprehension when you look at that side of things. The other aspect is when I came to the UAE, and it's really important to understand inclusion and diversity. If you can see my accent, I apologize for my English. English is not my first language. But I came over 30 days and they said, you know, let's stay. It seems like a good place. Let's be humble. Let's try and integrate. Let's wear the clothes. Let's learn their culture. Let's pick up on things. The most important thing is how well respected I am as an expat when I come and work at where I do. And I'm inspired by to see yourselves on that stage taking the stance of having diversity, having inclusion, but taking the UAE through that change in COVID to online learning. That should not be underestimated. So I applaud you for that, absolutely. One of the things I've been listening to across this event, which is absolutely phenomenal, is digital transformation. A lot of people talk about digital transformation, and actually, they get it wrong. That's not a problem. A lot of time, people believe transformation is digital. We've had digital watches since the 70s. Transformation is an interesting point. Usually, it's just change, and we take it to be transformation. It's not, it's just change. People get this slightly wrong. When I came over, I worked in investment banking, and often, you look at indices, and the UAE gets summed in 4 indices, and this is a really important point that we look at our company. And I spoke to our CIO at the time, and I said the UAE is based on passengers coming to this area. People come into the country 1 day, 2 days, 2 weeks. Some people stay for a year, 2 years, 10 years. Passenger flow is key to the UAE's economy and digitalization of that. The other aspect is there's not much in the UAE right now. So everything's brought in via cargo. So you will see the industry of cargo, stuff flowing in to build houses, to build schools, to build pipelines, to build aerospace, phenomenal imports and cargo. So passenger flow and cargo flow are very key. So what starts to happen, cash starts to flow around. So that cash flow between those people and those things that they need to hospitalize or go into retail markets or buy a car, cash flow gets connected. But the fourth piece is data flow. You start to see how those things are connected, and that's how your digital transformation really starts to take shape. Once you start saying who those people are, what they're actually buying through that cargo flow, connecting into their actual cash flow, and understanding them through data, that's giving you the wisdom to deliver on that particular change and transformation. I'll stop there. I don't want to take over the event. I can see your speakers on there. But absolutely applaud you for the absolute phenomenal
Thank you so
discussion.
much for adding more points here. That's how we will conclude. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shiva, and the rest of the team. Can we please have Ronak on stage to present the token of appreciation? you. Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, Sheba, Yasmin, Dr. Asra, and Seham for the great key takeaways on leveling the play field for all. And definitely to break through in digital transformation, we have to break through the gender biasness and the gender roles that we have currently. With that, I would like to move on to the next session and invite Sally Harvey, Regional Sales Manager, Enterprise Maya Zscaler, to give her keynote on enabling and accelerating your digital transformation journey with Zero Trust. Over to you, dear.
Thank you, Gurleen. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day. I hope I don't bore you with my few slides over here. And I'm going to be waiting for your questions after the session. So we are here today because we've invested so much in our applications. And applications are basically the reasons why we have jobs in the first place. But what about the underlying truth behind the applications and digital transformation? This is what we're here to present to you today. Experience the world in a secure fashion. But first, let's take a brief, historical recap. Does anyone remember how we used to move around back in the very, very old days? Camels, horses, 4000 BC. Do you believe people at that time anticipated that by 2023 we would be driving electric cars and flying over oceans overseas? Definitely not. Who remembers music records? Not so long ago, only around 70 years ago or so. Can you imagine that today we have the ability to listen to more than 1 million songs from any device, anywhere, wherever we are? What about pigeon posts and traditional mailings? Our very first girlfriends back in the 1920s, or boyfriends. Look at us today. We're available the entire time, communicating via so many different communication platforms in real time with no latency whatsoever. And least but not last, workplace, 1938. People fully suited, wearing everything they have, going to work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Working behind desks and papers. And here we are today, wearing casual outfits, working from anywhere, covering every other time zone, and working from behind screens. And finally, business cards. Not so long ago. How many of us here today still have paper business cards? Exactly. Here we are today with QR codes. Now, if you're wondering why I've taken us through this historical brief, it's basically because nothing is impossible. And if all of these areas that have affected mankind in so many different ways have changed so drastically, why wouldn't technology take the same approach? For the last 30 years, we have built infrastructures in a way where users and branches communicate with the data center because the applications are hosted there. And this is what we call the hub and spoke network. And then later on, we've introduced security at the perimeter layer. We've deployed security applications at the perimeter in order to enforce security. And this worked very well when the data center was the center of the universe. Applications were there, users were there. But things have drastically changed because of digital transformation. Users are working anywhere at any time from any device. Applications are more external than they are internal. And this is why for the next 30 years, Zero Trust is the way forward. And if you're wondering one more time, what about the historical brief? The reason behind it is because the biggest challenge in implementing Zero Trust isn't technical, but it's actually cultural. It's a change in the mindset that we have to adopt. So my name is Salih Harbi. I have joined Zscaler recently in the capacity of a regional sales manager. I come with an extensive experience in cybersecurity, coming from Infoblox and prior to that from Cisco. And I'm super delighted to be here today to walk you through the major 3 whys. Our very first why. Why now? Mobility and cloud are major influentials in the digital transformation journey because the business as we know today is happening outside of the network and not inside of it anymore. Why is that? Because we have users working remotely, connecting from anywhere, using so many devices, different type of devices. We also have unauthenticated traffic. We have OT traffic, server traffic. We have the internet, which is the new destination, right? The minute you wake up, you are online. And least but not least, you have the cloud. We have applications, whether in form of SaaS or IaaS or PaaS. The cloud is our new network. It's our new connectivity layers. And the figures that you see over here, they simply underpins the exponential growth in these themes that have redefined how we look at modern infrastructure. If we were to talk about why change, so we covered why now, why change? Very simple. And this is not a technical slide, by the way. So we've always had users, applications, and devices connected on routable networks so that they are able to communicate. We end up extending the network to branches, to remote users, wherever they are, to connect them. And then we connect roaming users to these applications on the data center via VPN, extending one more time our infrastructure. So imagine you have 2,000 employees, half of them is working from anywhere. You have one infected device at someone's home, you're done because you've extended your network. And now with the application evolution, applications have moved to the public cloud. So I've extended my network one more time to the public environment. And because obviously MPLS cost is just rising up the roof, I want to cut down my cost. I want to improve user experience by giving users direct access to these applications, no matter where they are. So we end up spinning virtual firewalls in order to achieve that. So we've extended our network so many times that we cannot actually count. And why extending the network increases my cyber exposure? Because number one, any internet-facing firewall makes me visible to the outer world. So hackers and bad actors are going to get hold of me. They are going to exploit every single vulnerability I have, whether it is my users, phishing attacks, malicious emails, whether it is vulnerabilities at the level of VPN concentrators or firewalls, whether is it human misconfigurations. Up to 84% of breaches are due to our own human error, misconfigurations. Once they are in, they are going to move laterally within our networks, leveraging east-west traffic, and obviously the spam is going to spread, and eventually data exfiltration is going to happen via encrypted tunnels heading to authorized destination. Now, why zero trust? We've spoken about this before. We've spoken about how traditional networks served us pretty well when applications were hosted on our internal network. But today, things are different. Applications have moved everywhere. We have as well users connecting from everywhere. And the data center is becoming less and less relevant. And this obviously implies that the security has to cope as well. And this is why zero trust is the place to end up at. So what is zero trust? It's very simple. Deperimeterize your infrastructure, connect your users to the internet, to the applications, no matter where anything is, in a secure fashion. Very quickly, I'm going to take us through the journey of Zero Trust. It basically started in 2004. Jarishu Forum is a group of like-minded CISOs who decided that there must be a way to protect applications, the connection to the applications, regardless where our perimeter is. It took Forrester 6 years later to coin the term Zero Trust. So basically, Forrester said, we should stop considering packets as human beings, and we shouldn't trust any type of traffic. In 2010, that same year, Operation Aurora hit the fan. It hit more than 200 Fortune companies, $60 billion worth of damage, and Google was the very first big name to actually confirm that they were hit by Aurora in 2010. And it took Google 4 years after that to actually deploy Zero Trust and connect roaming users to their applications without VPN adopting Zero Trust. Few years down the line, the word SASE was introduced. By the time everyone was used to SD-WAN, of course, something new has to come up. So SASE came into the picture to basically introduce security features to WAN edge. From the term SASE, the term SSE pulled up. And then right before that, NIST has officially published the concept of ZT, Zero Trust, which basically says that we need to stop focusing on networks and focus more on users' applications and devices. And obviously, out of SASE, built on the core foundation of Zero Trust, we have the Secure Service Edge. It's basically every other security feature you can dream of combined with your WAN edge, no matter what that WAN edge is. Let it be your home router. Let's make sure we combine our CASB, our DLP, our sandbox, our firewall as a service. You know them better than I do. Let's put them all together, link them to our WAN, and let's make sure we give access based on decent scoring. What is Zero Trust as per Gartner? Continuous validation of user identity, device posture, and location. Private applications should always be invisible to the internet. Users should never connect to the network when accessing private applications. Application segmentation. The buzzing word nowadays is micro-segmentation, network segmentation. What we are talking about here is more granular, more targeted. Let's look at the application to eliminate any potential east-west traffic within my infrastructure. And finally, consolidated internet access security. Few figures, because I haven't spoken about marketing numbers whatsoever. Zero Trust market is somewhere around $27 billion today. By 2023, which is one more year down the line, Zero Trust is going to replace 60% of our legacy VPN solutions. Finally, Gartner confirms that by 2025, 80% of organizations adopting Zero Trust are in fact going to rely on a consolidated security service edge solution rather than standalone products. What is Zscaler and how do we fit here? We are the largest security cloud provider out there who basically focuses on the Zero Trust concept. We have a Zero Trust Exchange platform, and we basically segregated the area. We look at the user and the internet and SaaS. We connect them directly, providing the user these security features that I've mentioned. And we also connect users, no matter where they are, to applications hosted anywhere, private or public clouds, while making sure the applications are always invisible to the internet and the users are never on the network. And because we have this visibility, we've also introduced digital monitoring to the picture. We have the capability to pinpoint you to issues happening in your infrastructure without the need to troubleshoot. If there is a challenge somewhere, I can let you know instantly if it's at the application level, connection level, or even device level. And we didn't stop there. we took zero trust to the next level. We've also introduced deception solution to it as part of the private access concept. And we've also focused on the cloud furthermore. What about cloud compliance, posture control? What about these misconfigurations that we've spoken about? And the workloads taking place and the cloud communication. And we've expanded our portfolio for such. Very briefly, from an architectural perspective, how does zero trust happen? Users, devices, and applications are never on the same network. Every connection gets terminated at the level of the zero trust exchange. Applications are always hosted behind the zero trust exchange, and there is never an incoming connection to the applications. Basically, what happens, I'm a user, I need to use a ZTNA infrastructure, I need to connect. There's a risk matrix, a risk score matrix. I connect to the zero trust cloud, it verifies who I am, what is the status of my device, how am I connected, and based on the score, it will either allow the connection to the internet, to the SaaS applications, or it will not. And it will also allow for inbound communication from the applications. With this approach, I know for a fact as an admin that my users are never going to end up on malicious websites. They are never going to drive any malicious behavior in SaaS. And they are as well never going to be over one network with my applications. So no matter how the status of the user device is, my application are always going to be safe. This definitely means that there is no attack surface whatsoever because the network is becoming less and less relevant, no lateral movement, and these are things that Zero Trust provide which traditional firewall and VPN do not accomplish. Speaking about TLS at scale, agility, and DLP, other features that Zero Trust are very known for. Finally, why Zscaler for your transformation? Very easy. We are the only Zero Trust provider out there. We also deliver SASE in a Zero Trust approach. We have been the leader in Gartner for more than 10 years in the areas of internet access, right before Gartner introduced the concept of SSE. And when it did, oh, actually, this is the old slide. There is a newer quadrant where also we are the leader for the SSE. Finally, Gartner also says that we are by far, we have the biggest market chunk. So this definitely feels that we have more access to traffic more than anybody else. And the more we see, the more we are able to block. That's why our Zscaler Threat Labs is very well known for the amount of requests we drive per day. We have more than 200 billion processed requests, which means 10 times more than the Google search engine. This also means with this amount of visibility, we are able to release more than 175,000 security patches daily. So if you are here in Dubai, as a Zscaler customer, you're not just protected for what's happening within your environment, but you're also protected towards everything else we uncover anywhere in the world that can potentially be of a 0-day or any main of harm. Next steps, please, please, please leverage these public tool that we have. It will assess how your internet access, your digital footprint looks like. You will have your own generated document in less than 2 minutes' time. Put a price tag on a, God forbid, potential attack. Another tool that we have, put in the details and check what is the financial risk that you are potentially up against. Least but not last, definitely reach out to us. And finally, who has iPhones? Who is using an iPhone? Okay, do you remember how it was before iPhones? Do you remember? You know that. You remember? You still remember? I don't. I forgot. Exactly that. Because the reason why I have this analogy is because once you're on Zscaler, there is no way going back. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Sally. Can we please have Anushree on stage to do the honors?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally. As Sally rightly mentioned, nothing is impossible. With great leaders guiding their team through transformation journey. And with that, I would like to call upon our next speaker, Varun Vij, Head of Information Security, to give his invited keynote on the session, Cyber in Digital Revolution. Over to you.
I spilled the beans. I will go back. Hello, everyone. Good evening. First of all, I would like to say thank you to GC Media. After a long time, I'm seeing my presentation on such a big screen. So thanks for that. I'm responsible for developing and managing cybersecurity transformation programs for prestigious organizations. So let me quickly show a sneak view of the topics I will be covering. In a nutshell, I will be talking about why digital transformation is indispensable for the organizations and why we cannot afford cybersecurity to be an aftermath. So without further ado, let's quickly dive into it. So World Economic Forum founder in 2016, he mentioned that digital industrial revolution 4 has started. Now, human mankind has seen the inventions like steam engine, phones, computers, mobile phone, and whatnot. So what is actually setting this thing apart? So it took world 75 years to reach 100 million users when we talk about phone. Instagram got it done in just 2 years. If you are a game followers like a Pokemon, they managed to do it in just a matter of 1 month. So the pace with which digital transformation is happening is something which is incredible. So if you have heard about Google CEO Sundar Pichai, he says the invention of AI alone is actually more profound than electricity and fire. Stephen Hawking, unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He say AI can spell the end of the human race. And our favorite Microsoft Bill Gates, he says AI is not the only contributor. Blockchain, IoT, and big data are so profound that they are going to bring a change which human mankind has never seen. So I'm going to touch upon a few points here. Let's talk about cloud first. So cloud is a very fascinating technology. At the same time, it's very disruptive also. Now, there were times when you talk to people about cloud, the first thing what they will do is they're going to look up in the sky and they say, sky is clear, where are the clouds? So the things have changed dramatically now. So let's say you watch Netflix movies, yeah? Indirectly, you are actually accessing a cloud service because Netflix servers are actually sitting in Amazon. 70% of the business are actually using some form of cloud. Whether you use eBay, whether you use Google Drive or OneDrive, you are actually using cloud. So why organizations are actually so attracted to cloud? Well, 80% of the organization's expenditure is actually in just the maintenance of IT infrastructure. So convenient backups and plug and play are the very lucrative features for cloud. Now let's talk about IoT. What is IoT? IoT is actually an extension of the internet into the physical world. Now, IDC, what they say, that the worldwide data is actually going to be staggering 175 zettabytes by 2025. So to give you a magnitude how big, how gigantic this data is, so let's say you have a Blu-ray disc. It has the ability to store data. Now you keep on having stacks of this Blu-ray disc, it can reach to moon 23 times. So that is the amount of enormous data we will be producing. Now, the interesting thing is, this too much information actually fogs the mind. Yeah? IBM has something called as IBM knowledge doubling curve. What they mean by that, in your personal and professional life, the amount of data you get exposed actually gets doubled every 12 months. With IoT coming into play, it's going to be happening in a matter of 24 hours. Now let's talk about blockchain. The first thing which comes in people's mind is about Bitcoin and how they could have become overnight millionaire, quit their job, and their loving boss. Yeah. But apart from having this 10 to 100x money-making strategy, I would like to emphasize that blockchain is the most prominent disruptor when it comes to digital revolution. So allow me to explain you by taking a few examples. Let's say you buy an iPhone online, yeah? You are always having that fear in your mind. You have a doubt. Is this iPhone actually tampered or fiddled? Are you having a counterfeit product during the supply chain? Or let's say you're having a wedding anniversary and your wife demands for a most expensive DBS diamond, and now you're again skeptic whether this diamond is actually coming from DBS or not. And last but not the least, I hope there are no Big Four people out there, they will hate me saying that. Have you ever wondered why we don't go for competent freelancers out there and why we go for organizations? Lack of trust and lack of integrity is something which is the biggest culprit. And I would request you guys to contemplate just for a minute all the corruption around the globe, what we see across. Isn't that happening just because of lack of trust and lack of integrity? And the blockchain is actually a solution to that problem. So decentralization, security, and the scalability are the three magical wands with which it can make it happen. Last, artificial intelligence. Actually, I have one more. Artificial intelligence is the ability of machines to do which generally require human intelligence. Now, this may sound ridiculous, but 30 years back, when you were using your calculator, that was also artificially intelligent. So one question I would like to put in front of the audience. Do you guys really think that AI can save lives? Millions of people around the globe die because of lung cancer. Research says that if the cancer is detected earlier, you can actually save 40% of the lives. Now, there are also facts which prove that an AI-built machine can actually do a better job than a radiologist. Last but not the least, robotics. Now, the improvement in AI is also helping the robotics. And if you have been to Carrefour off late, you will come across a robot walking nearby who is doing the inventory check, AI-based. If you go to Deva, they have a sweet robot, again, AI-based. And last but not the least, a fact I would like to share, 20 million jobs, what experts say, are actually manufacturing jobs are going to be replaced by robots. So let's move to my bread and butter, which is cybersecurity. So FBI director and very famous company CEO, John Chambers, they say there are two types of companies on this planet. Those companies who know they have been hacked and those who don't know they have been hacked. Now in cybersecurity, we always say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So many years back, somewhere in US, one hacker, he was caught and he was getting prosecuted. So the prosecutor asked a question, why did you hack into a bank? And the bad guy was very surprised. So he said, I hacked into a bank because that's where the money is. So 80% of the cyber attacks are actually monetary driven. Now $1 million, actually $1 billion question I would say, is why these bad guys are ahead in the game. Yeah? So the question seems to be simple, answer is actually simpler. All the industries, what you see across the globe, they have a history of 20 to 100 years. They started looking into IT in last 20 to 40 years, and security was never actually in their mind. Yeah? So Bill Gates, He himself started looking into cybersecurity somewhere in 2002 and 3, and now they spend astounding $1 billion per year on cybersecurity. So this is a technical debt which we have to pay, which is causing all the issues. This may sound controversial, but I will explain why I have chosen this. Industries have seen a lot of cyber attacks across the globe. I have chosen this especially because the data breach was actually a walk in the park, but the ramifications, what the organization had to encounter, resulted actually in the collapse of the entire organization. So what was Ashley Medicine? And by the way, this message on the right, I'm not the promoter of it. It's Ashley Medicine tagline. Ashley Medicine was a dating website for married couple who are looking to have an affair. This company was making staggering $40 million per month just on people's infidelity. In 2015, Ashley Medicine employees, they got into the office, opened their machine, and they saw a message which says, Ashley Medicine need to be shut down, or we are going to release all the records of people who were doing this stuff. 1 month marathon, Ashley Medicine put almost a $500,000 bounty. They were not able to get hold of it. Information get released. All what I have said till now is just tip of the iceberg, because devil is in the details. Interesting thing. There were 37 million men on Ashley Medicine. Any guesses how many women? 12,000. Sound tough competition, right? Let's make it tougher. There were 70,000 bots. Bots are actually softwares. The 70,000 softwares were actually speaking to these guys, sending emails and messages, promising that their dream will come true one day. A tragic affair. What is more interesting is, out of those 12,000 women, 9,000 women were working for Ashley Medicine. One of the women was actually the insider who was also responsible for the breach. Now, whether she was disgruntled or not, I don't know. But if you guys are bosses and you have not released the bonus, please do the needful. Now, I move on to the next point. At the start of the presentation, I said AI can save lives. Do you guys think data breach can take lives? When this 37 million users record was out, some wise people, what they started doing, they created a search engine. Hey, do you doubt your spouse is having an affair? $25. Check that. 10 committed suicides recorded because of Ashley Medicine. And this data was not only of common people, yeah? Billionaires, celebrities, lawmakers, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard of Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son. Even his name also flashed. Now, what happened to this kingpin, Ashley Medicine CEO and the owner? In a matter of weeks, this guy was kicked out of his own company. $100 million lawsuit. $3 billion company turned into ashes. What is the moral of the story? The message I'm trying to pass on is, no one would like to be a company where you wake up in the morning, margins are good, business is good, client is happy, and one data breach, and your company is gone, and so does the reputation. Few stats I have, again, World Economic Forum. They say, and this is very concerning, and it's not a hype, it's not a sales pitch, it's a proven fact. World Economic Forum, a very senior person says that the ICT industry, this internet industry, they're saying cybercrime is gonna cause $10 trillion per year. Now, anyway, this number is quite good. 90% countries don't even have that much economy. What is ironical and what is concerning is the amount of money which ICT makes is actually half. So cyber is actually doing more harm than good. Another thing what World Economic Forum says, that cyber is actually the 4th biggest risk. So this is not a hype. Now the $1 million question again comes, why the situation is so dire? And it's something which every non-techie can also understand. See, when it comes to cybersecurity, people actually come to know about hack when everything is gone, not when it has started first. So we have to take cybersecurity very seriously. That should be the first thing in your agenda. Why? Because we are living in a very dangerous world. Now, the reason I'm saying dangerous, we are all safe, sitting, enjoying here, but why is so dangerous? Because the enemy we are trying to protect against is actually invisible and unknown. So let's say, God forbid, let's say a burglar tries to break into your house. Yeah, you have an enemy, you can see the enemy, you can confront the enemy, you can negotiate, bow down, you have choices. But here we are talking about an invisible ghost. You have no idea that they even exist. And in cybersecurity, one of the underlying reasons we always try to bang on is what you have not seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So one of the things which is, again, quite ridiculous and ironical. So imagine if we have some elite class here who are having $1 million asset, maybe a property. If you have a $5 fence around your precious property, this sounds ridiculous and ironical, right? But when we cyber experts do our assessments, we do such kind of gaps quite a lot. Another thing, which again I found more ridiculous and funnier, you may have a $100 asset and a $10,000 fence around it. So for an organization, it is absolutely imperative and essential that you should at least know what are you trying to protect. Do you know what are your crown jewels? And once you understand what are your crown jewels, then you try to protect against it. Because in organization, we say that 100% defense, all we need, but a bad guy needs just one successful attack. So hackers need 1% success, but you need 100% protection. This is my last slide on cybersecurity professionals. Now, whether we like it or not, organizations are out in the market not to be secure. I mean, I'm being blunt and honest on that. Organizations are out in the market to make money. They want to be secure because it is affecting their bottom line. So as CISOs, as cybersecurity professionals, it's absolutely important that we improve the security to a point where it enhances business goal. Nothing more and nothing less. And last thing I want to say about CISOs, which is again something which we have to contemplate. CISOs and cybersecurity professionals are actually here to protect, to make people. So they should never end up being a scapegoat or an anonymous cyber insurance for the company. It should be a collaborative effort. And I would end my speech by saying my last point, which is from an FBI director. So what he says, cyber is like a human body. We know, doesn't matter how good diet you have, this body is actually going to get infected. But are we going to afford that just you catching a cold and you die? Definitely not. So having the immunity and the resilience is actually the need of the hour. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Can we please have Anushree on stage to do the honors? Of token. Thank you so much, Varun and Anushree. Now with that, I would like to announce that we have one more session and one more panel discussion to go. And after that, we'll be moving on to the awards. With that, I would like to call and welcome Srinivasa Narasimha, Director of Information Technology, Jalfa Pharma, to give his invited keynote on the discussion topic of IT innovation, transformation, challenges in the regional pharmaceutical industry. Over to you, Srinivasa.
Just a fall. Hi, very good evening. So first of all, many thanks to all the speakers and the panelists. My presentation will look more or less like I'm summarizing all the topics what we discussed today. It's quite surprising lives. But let me promise you one thing, I have not met any of the panelists, nor the GEC group, right? Let me move on. So we all talked about this, right? What pandemic did to us, how it helped us to accelerate. There is no topic much to discuss about that. And again, if I go back, what I'm here to talk about, we all talked about what are the different digital transformation challenges and how do we accelerate it, how do we navigate it. We shared our knowledges, correct? And we shared our experience, we shared our use cases. That's fantastic. And then what is the element I'm bringing in over here? I'm bringing in an element of using technology in manufacturing, right? That is an additional complexity. Then moreover, above that, what is that additional thing? Using in pharma manufacturing. When I talk about pharma manufacturing, it is not like any other manufacturing, right? We are dealing with people. We are dealing with life-saving drugs. We are dealing with regulations, regulatory requirements, right? We're dealing with human. So which means that the complexity further increases. So if I have to quickly move, this is just a sample. I thought I should bring something to make my conversation going on, right? Look into the NE survey. Some of the very evident thing is, I'll be talking about 3 things over here, right? If you talk people, can I live without transformation? Very clear, big no. You will not exist if you don't adopt. And the next thing comes is, have you started your journey? Yes, we have started. Some percentages tells we are there. Last but not the least, do you have right skills and competencies? Then the answer comes is, yes, no, close to 50-60%. Correct. This is the point where I want to emphasize a lot. See, this is very important point what we underestimate. Looking at the technology, we underestimate this part. What I mean by this is, it is extremely important for every organization to revisit their make and buy strategy. What I mean by make and buy strategy, about the skill sets. What type of skill sets they should keep it inside the organization, and what type of skill set they should leverage the partners, vendors, and others, right? This is an important point, what I thought I should bring it over here and share the thoughts. And different enablers, yes, from last few hours, we have been talking about all these enablers, and we have heard about smart factory, we have heard about these enablers, how it can help the manufacturing industry. Fantastic. Now the next question is, do we have an organization which is using all these enablers and running fantastically? I don't know. At least I have not heard about it. I'll be happy to learn about it if somebody is doing this 100%. And the next thing comes is, okay, fine, I spoke about pharma. If I add the pharma element, how can I navigate? How can I enable pharma? Is it pharma just keeping quiet? No. What had happened is, historically, if you look at pharma has always been a technology followers. We have never been a technology leaders because that's not our area. We don't want to run pilots simply like that. We are a regulated organization. We follow the policy, procedures, standards, documentation, all those things, right? But however, the community strongly believes that we have to be there. We have to start our journey. We should start adopting things, right? So we have a framework. We have a maturity model. On a high level, it talks about resources, information system, organization and process, and culture. The key thing to note over here is data integrity by design. This is the core for it. And most of, when I talk about data integrity, a lot of things come into the picture. Your policy, procedure, your operating model, how your processes are there, and your security controls, everything comes into that. Then comes the next thing is the digital maturity part. Here what I will do is, I will speak very specifically about the manufacturing. Let me not talk about other pillars of the organization. Let me talk only very specific to the manufacturing. In general, what we see is 5 levels of maturity. So lowest level is you are running your manufacturing process using SOPs, paper, and the level 2 is digital silos, some part it's automated. 3rd level, completely automated. 5th level, fantastic. But as far as my knowledge goes, what I have seen is I have not come across an organization which is 100% on 3. When I talk mostly, I'm talking from the regional perspective, right? When I talk about the global perspective, maybe a handful of organizations, which means that there is an opportunity. And again, there are different enablers. So just for this presentation, I will be talking about 2 specific enablers, which is driving the entire digital transformation in the pharma organization. One is cloud, and the second part is the cybersecurity. Why cloud? If you look at the pharma organization, the core part is ERP. When I talk about ERP, now we are talking again how we can leverage cloud for our ERP requirement. Yes, that the technology exists. Yes. And again, the key thing to remember over here is we cannot tell just by telling that, just by putting our server in one of our service providers' premises and tell we are on cloud. That is not the real ERP. The real ERP is software as a service, which comes on a private cloud, which comes with all the regulatory requirement, the GXP part, all the certifications requirement, all the controls. When it comes, that is called as the real ERP. So there is also a maturity in our cloud service providers, right? Including SAP or Oracle. Just an example, what I'm trying to talk over here. I'm not vendor biased. So just an example. They know this. Now they talk about, they're not just talking about the software as a service, transformation as a service, business process as a service. So that maturity is there. But however, what we should not forget is, this is just an example. I'm keeping cloud and SAP or the ERP cloud as a base and talking about. What should not forget is, there is always a shared responsibility in all levels, whether you move it to cloud or other things. Please be aware of those shared responsibilities. Try to understand what are those responsibilities, what are those gray areas. Then moving into cloud security part, we had a fantastic presentation some time ago about talking about cloud, the data integrity part, and consider all the required necessity controls and revisit them. Please don't take it. We should not take it for granted. That's what we are doing it over here now, right? And then again, the key point is data integrity by design. I'll just skip this slide, and I would like to spend more time over here. Here I'm not talking about strategy or something. Here I'm talking about the ground reality. In the journey of transformation, in the journey of our maturity, what is that complexity on the ground? What is that in the day-to-day operations we are facing, right? So in the pharma, what happens? Digitize while you are compliance. Be in compliance and digitize. So we cannot, this both should go hand in hand. We don't have a luxury. It is not like manufacturing a t-shirt or a coat. I send it to the market. If the size is not fitting, if the quality is bad, the recall is done. Here we are talking about medicines and life-saving drugs. We don't have an option, correct? So in the journey, what's happening is we are entering into a situation of the multiple things. We have a multi-cloud environment. We have on-premises data center. Then we have our operational technologies, that is our machines, connected our sensors, our intelligence from the manufacturing line. Just see, the complexity is increasing in the ground. It looks colorful for an outside person when they hear that I am on cloud, on SAP, but in a daily life, these are the kind of challenges what we have to face, and this is where we collaborate and learn with our community and friends and colleagues and different forums like this, right? So then what happens is there is no one answer. Again, to keep my conversation on, I brought one sample of survey. So you can look at this. These are the common things. You can find hundreds of surveys nowadays, right? So what it talks about, what are the leadership qualities. Of course, we heard in other presentations also some time ago, adaptability, curiosity, creativity, comfort with ambiguity. So these are the things in a daily life what we need to be aware of. And coming, so what is next? This is also, there doesn't sound something new. We talk about data-informed decision-making, customer focus, cross-collaboration, continuous learning. And how do we learn as a leader? These are the different inputs, what I see. Last but not the least, so I thought I'll keep some time for open questions also. With my learning some high points, if I have to bring it to the floor, what I talk about is I'll talk about reimagine your operating model, refresh your existing infrastructure, rethink your organization culture, which is the core part of it. The last part is rethink your transformation journey partner. So it's okay to have more than one partner or two partner or three partner. Don't get biased. Have a healthy conversation in your partner selection. Somebody might be good in supply chain transformation, somebody would be good in the warehouse part of it, or somebody would be good in CRM part of it, right? It's okay to have different partners in your transformation journey. So these are the few things which I thought I will bring it to the table. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Srinivasa. Can we please have Anushree on stage to do the honors?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anushree, and thank you, Srinivasa, for the great keynote. Now, with that, we move on to the final session for the event, which is the panel discussion on automating security to enable successful digital transformation. I'd like to call upon our moderator for the panel discussion, Arun Shankar, editor of GEC Media Group, followed by the panelists, Mr. Shahabuddin, Group IT Infrastructure and Security Manager, Etihad International Investment, Mr. Badr Hosni Zayod, Senior Information Security and Risk Management Specialist, Zahir Mubarak Sheikh, Chief Information Security Officer, Al Maria Community Bank. Over to you now, Arun.
Thank you, Gulleen. Welcome to all the panelists. So we've had two absolutely fascinating panel discussions before. One on transformation, which I really found interesting, the topic. The other one on diversity. And just like we saw the presentation from Zscaler, digital transformation is not possible without zero trust. So as Ronak also said, we started the BTX Roadshow in Riyadh 2 days ago. And I asked a similar question about automating security. And I asked with show of hands, can digital transformation start without security? And I got about 20% response that it can start, in the sense that people said it is essential for security to be there. So that's the same theme we are continuing over here. I'd like to start with our panelists. So I hope you're ready. Okay, fantastic. So let's go with the first question to Shahabuddin. Do you think with all these efforts being made to transform organizations, that security is getting left behind, is not important, is not being looked at, and therefore it's becoming more and more challenging, both for digital transformation and for security to function? Your take on that, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Arun. So I will
take it in a way that it is kind of challenging in a sense that because there are two parties involved in information technology department itself. So there is a CIO, all right? CIO has a lot of pressure on him to transform the whole processes of the business and bring the transformation in the enterprise. And they have to go on and go on and go on and adding new solutions and new solutions. So there it comes the challenge on CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, how to protect all those digital footprint expansion, because it is adding more landscape of threats, which he has to protect it. So my take is that both of the persons, both of the roles, they have to work hand in hand. So when we are adopting, for example, simple solution like, let's say, backup and disaster recovery. So CIO cannot simply, go ahead and bring any solution, whereas he has to check with the counterpart and adopt a solution which can technically help the team when it comes to disaster recovery time. So this is how they can work together and achieve the disaster recovery just in time when it is required.
So you mentioned very interesting thing, the CISO has to pick up the various footprints of initiatives, right? And it's challenging to have it all dispersed around without a plan. So a plan is a good idea, your opinion? A plan to manage all those footprints of various digital transformation projects. If the plan is there for the CISO, is it a good idea?
Plan for the CISO. Yeah, the thing is, a plan in sense is working in hand together. It is not about the CISO has to plan. It is, of course, the strategy from the top to bottom, which has to come from the management. However, what I'm trying to add here is the working hand in hand. So when there is a need of hour, so it happens momently. It is the business who will be actually impacted. It is not a role who will be impacted. It will be the business who will be impacted. So CISO team has to recover a business as it is required. Then the fight starts there. I didn't pick up the solution. I hope gentlemen are here will agree with my point. Thank you very much.
Okay, great, fantastic. So I like, again, the keyword, a plan and picking up the footprints. I mean, just things which seem to ring nicely with me. So Badar, coming to you, you're a specialist in risk management, right? And do you think digital transformation is risky? Should we just shelf off the plans, make it easy for decision makers like yours? Go ahead, please.
Actually, thank you for your question. I agree with him on the points which he mentioned. And when we talk about digital transformation, we are talking, as the previous speakers, they talk, it's a journey. And it's not an event only, or a project or solution. And we should not also be limited with digitization or only the data. Here we are talking about people, process, technology, and the data is the fuel of this journey. In parallel with digital transformation, we have to start and the plan, as you mentioned, the plan, cybersecurity and information security journey, along with the digital transformation journey, because digital transformation can introduce new technologies and part of the technology like cloud, multi-cloud, a new hybrid workplace environments. It is not introducing technology, it's also introducing a new business, new processes, even new people. We are talking about new products when we talk about digital transformation journey. All this together can introduce risk, introduce threats, which also will introduce vulnerabilities. All this comes with challenges for the security teams, for the business teams themselves, because as I mentioned that we are talking about different team members, different business units. We're talking about the people, process, and technology, and the data, which is supporting all these things. So yes, all these technologies and processes will introduce risks, and it will add more challenges to the security teams. Also more about the challenges, it comes when we talk about the new culture new changes, this is also add more headache, more load on the security teams, because they have to make people aware about the new type of threats, new type of risks, to avoid any breaches, to make sure that the business and the brand is protected. Also, we can mention here about the skill set of the IT teams, security teams, with this new technologies, with these new solutions, which is, going fast, growing faster, that we have to make sure that we have plans to train our employees, to train our IT teams, security teams. Yes, it's introducing risks, and we have to make sure that we have a solid enterprise risk management process in the organization.
Okay, great. I like this magic word about digital transformation creating a new culture, right? And CEO says, we're going to transform the organization. For you, what is the riskiest situation when the CEO announces, I'm going to transform the organization, or somebody from the C-suite says, what is the riskiest aspect of this, in your opinion? Go ahead.
So when like CIOs or like management start talking about they want to start digitizing the environment, first thing you will start thinking about technology and start thinking about new technologies and these things. But it is not about only technology. You have to think about people. HR, they should have a role in the digital transformation.
So can I say the most riskiest thing is when a pure play technology person takes charge of a transformation project? For you, would that be the riskiest aspect of the project?
Yeah, it's not about only the risks of IT or technology. It's more about the human behavior also,
Correct.
about the culture change and the resistance of employees or users.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So let's go to you, Zahir. Same question, that digital transformation obviously adds challenges to cybersecurity in charge, whoever is there. But what else is there? Other than that, what happens? Do you agree that people come to you systematically? Is security brought in before, during, after, too late? Something happens, then you come in. What's your take on that?
See, all it starts with the caption. The culture eats the strategy for breakfast. Okay? First, you need to develop that culture in the organization. Like we being a digital organization, digital-only bank in the UAE, everything in the cloud, we don't have anything sitting under our nose on the on-prem. So the mindset was that from the day one, like being a digital bank, we need to be secure. Okay? So we started with the thought that why don't we have the security at the design level? And from there, we started the transformation. But it's not a thumb rule for all the organization. Other organizations, what they do for the digital transformation, where they move from on-prem to the cloud, what they do is lift and shift. They transform first and perfect later. No one is perfect. Cyber attacks are inevitable. No matter what you do in the market or on the cloud or on-prem, cyber attacks inevitable. It's going to happen today, tomorrow, or down the line. But what makes you more cover is the Swiss cheese control layer. Swiss cheese control layer, like this is just a food for thought, everyone. Like you can Google it. Like there are a lot of things with this. Like you will be able to defend yourself to some extent, but somewhere something, if it is open, then it will be a challenge.
Give me some magic words. I want to hear something which triggers off my thinking, so I can ask you some interesting. Anyway, we'll come to that. So we have a bit of transformation fatigue here. Our people here have been sitting here for a long, long time, and there's awards. So I'm just going to go a little bit fast on this panel, and I'm going quickly to the second question, and I have a counter there which I want to break, because I said I'll do it in 15 minutes, so please cooperate with me. So let's reverse the direction. Zahir, in your opinion, give me some best practices or something that the CISO can merge with the business people and the IT people and say, look, adopt this in the beginning, okay, when you're doing the digital transformation. Some best practices, some automation, what would you recommend? Go ahead.
Sure. Once again, it starts from the top down. And as a CISO, I have to give the confidence and not confuse my board and the other CXOs. So what we give is understand the culture, where we are today, what is our objective, and what the market players are doing, and how we can leverage and adopt that. That's one thing. In detail, there are a lot of things which I can take, like which will take me all 17 minutes plus. To start with, like, yes, have the awareness in the organization, have the right policies, procedures, and not having the policies, procedures doesn't suffice. You need to have the design effectiveness and operational effectiveness of those policies, procedures. Then only you will see that change on the floor. Apart from this, like doing the testing, the vulnerability assessment, the continuous monitoring is there, the SOC is there, the penetration testing, bug bounty programs, there are loads of things in the market. And the products are getting very, very mature now. Like there are products available in the market which you can leverage using the ML and AI base, which will assisting the CISO and the SOC programs and the security teams it's assisting and it's reducing the work like in terms of the false positives. Still, I say never trust, always verify.
Okay, very quickly, in a typical digital transformation project or a business transformation, in your opinion, when is the security aspect brought in? Beginning, 1 quarter, half, 3/4 way, or when an incident happens? In your experience, in your judgment?
Yeah, in my experience, it was security as design, at the design phase itself.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Security at design phase itself.
But in real life?
In real life, or the
when
other...
is a security, let's say, decision maker or the security team, when are they typically brought into a business transformation project? Through your, general perception, go ahead.
Okay, see, usually the market practice is, like what I say, for the digital transformation, what they do is transform first and perfect later. So they do the security aspect later when they have transformed them. But depends on your footprints, where your footprints is, whether your footprints is on-prem or whether your footprints is completely in a cloud. If your footprints is completely in a cloud, you should start the security at very early stage because you're leveraging the cloud. Nothing is sitting under your nose.
Fantastic.
You need to...
So if cloud is an integral partner, start with the counter zero.
Yes.
Right from the beginning. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Zahir. Coming to you, Badr. So I asked the same question to you, that give us some good best practices that you would recommend to make sure that a business transformation project doesn't fail because of security. In your mind, what is a good practice? Go ahead.
Actually, the good practice, there is a lot of frameworks, practices to go with the digital transformation. But when it comes to the real environments and real business, you will find a lot of obstacles and challenges in doing your digital transformation. So the security, based on the best practices, it must be at the early stages. But what is happening since before 3 years, if you go back to 3 years back, then you will find IT or any department, they will start the transformation, then it will come later, the security part. Nowadays, the leadership started thinking in different way. They started thinking in security at the beginning of any initiative, they do it. We have to think about risk management at the enterprise level to make sure that the cybersecurity embedded with the vision of the organization, with the goals and values of the organization and the business. We have to make sure that the business owner and leaderships, they are more aware about the cybersecurity risks and threats. Then the commitment will come from their side. If the commitment comes from leadership, then it will be distributed for end users and employees. We have to make sure also awareness is there in the organization. We have to review the legal and law requirements. This is the most important part in the security also. All of us know about that. We have to think about the governance part, the privacy. And also we have to make sure that we are redefining our cybersecurity strategy and align with the organization and enterprise values and goals. And we have to review the processes and in terms of IT and business, not only IT operations. And this can lead us to successful digital transformation journey.
Fantastic. Very, very heavy answer. Take me some time to process it. But I just liked one very important point. CEOs are now pushing for security to be involved in a digital transformation project from the beginning, right? This is a statement you made. How many of you agree with that statement? CEOs are now pushing for digital transformation to start with security. I see just higher.
Yeah.
How much
is
it? 50%? Is it 50% or
Yes.
is it?
I think they started more than 70%, but now it is zero. Only.
That's called as a security at design.
No, so if we have crossed the 50% mark, that's good news, because definitely without top management recommending and ensuring that security is an integral part of digital transformation project from the beginning, it's not going to work. Last with you, Shahab, and we're going to close with your answer. Same question, best practices for security to, let me put it, best practice for a transformation project to be successful with security. Go ahead.
I would just give it very clear points here on the how we can actually kill those silos, which I'm relating to my previous statement, all right? We have to kill those silos between CIO and CISO, all right? So how CISO can help on that front is to simply automate it. When somebody, our top management is embarking on a new transformation project, give them solutions or the counter solutions which can automate all those parts. I will give you the example of one thing, which is identity and access management. So it should be my role as a CISO that I should immediately tell to my CIO, gentlemen, you are embarking, for example, sorry, I'm not promoting any S4HANA or some other solution, but I'm saying I have to tell him that, hey guys, immediately identity should be managed automatically. Because from day, I'm the student of security from last 10 years. So people are creating new accounts, users accounts, giving them provisions based on roles. He is a cashier, give him this role. He is a finance manager, give him this role. No, this one will not work anymore. You have to go on policy-based access. So moment you create the policy, you identify the policy, you identify the roles, you are done. You have nothing to do. You have to provision those, use new accounts, and policy will automatically give the permission. That's it. So second point, I will give you another example. Still, I'm not promoting Microsoft. So Microsoft, for example, you can onboard conditional-based access. So for example, what does mean by conditional-based access? It is another automation tool which will tell the guy, if you are in Saudi Arabia next month on your business trip, plan it accordingly. So my robot, which will give you the conditional access, will know that Shahab, CEO, is sitting in Saudi Arabia for this business trip and conditional access will be granted. Neither the business hindrance will happen, so my CEO will have the access to the business, nor the security will be hindered. This is how I will take it.
Okay, fantastic. So with these two rounds of questions, I'm going to close the session because now we have got security fatigue, we have got transformation fatigue, and we don't want awards fatigue. We want awards to run smoothly.
I want just to add one point, if you can allow for me. So we are talking all about CISO role in the organizations. So if I can ask like the leaders who are here of organizations, how many organization has CISO role? 3, 4, 5. So, okay, the organizations who have like CISO role, like which organization the CISO has the power to fire an employee or to move one employee from department to another department or to take a decision without going back to the
So this is based on security behavior, right?
Exactly. This
based
is
on security behavior, does a CISO have the power to recommend that the role changes?
Exactly, in the organization. Is there any organization has this? So in this case, we should not talk about CISO rule. We are talking about, like, that's mean at the beginning, the CISO rule, like, should be changed. His responsibilities, his accountability,
should
we
be
should make sure that
have a higher level of power.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm automating the last 15 seconds. So the people are ready to take away the chairs, and as they're going to walk, we need to see who will finish first. Will they reach the chair first, or will the last round finish? 5 seconds. Which is your dream solution? Come. Which is your dream solution for maintaining cyber security in a transformation project? If you don't finish fast, they will take the chairs. Please. Dream solution.
Dream solution
15
for
seconds.
data privacy.
Sorry?
Data privacy.
Data privacy. Sir, Majid, dream solution to make your life reduce risk completely. Come. Risk management. Should it be more compliance, GRC, which data privacy law? What would make your life much better?
it's more about integration between risk management and the processes, embedded risk management in the
corporate
organization.
processes, risk management, corporate process security, better integration, or
risk management. Yeah.
Okay, fine. We'll just take it over there. Shahab, your turn.
I think to me, it is more on prevention of the data. So I would say data leakage prevention and protection is more important for any organization. So insider threat is the most challenging
10
part.
seconds over. Okay, I need to stop this because otherwise we'll run into security fatigue. Thank you much, panelists. Really wonderful conversation.
Thank you
I
very
wish
much.
We could
Thank you.
continue,
Thank you.
But back.
Yes, can we all just stay on the stage while I call Anushri up on the stage? Thank you, Anushri, and thank you, Arun, Shahab, Badr, and Zahir for the great takeaways in the panel discussion. And now we finally move on to the final session of the BTX Roadshow 2020-2022. Wait, I think so. It's been a long day for all of us. Let me just repeat that segment again. We now finally move to the final session of the BTX Roadshow 2022. Was that correct? Can we have a round of applause? Was that correct? The BTX Awards will be followed by a vote of thanks. And I really request all the winners and the participants who have been with us throughout the session for a group picture. We'll be doing 4 sets of awards. The first set we begin with is the BTX Top Executive Award. The winners in this group have been recognized for the leadership that is driving their business through and beyond the pandemic. This award recognizes the top executives who have accelerated the digital and the business transformation in their organization. For this set of awards, I would like to call upon Ronak Samantre, CEO of GEC Media, to hand over the awards to the top executives. Can I please have Amir Khan on stage to receive the award? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Amir. I would now like to call upon Ali Riyasat from RAC Ports on stage, please. I would now like to call upon Amna Al-Daheri from Transport Authority to receive the next award. Thank you, Amna. Next, I would like to call upon Anand Krishnan from Emirates Investment Bank to receive the award. Thank you, Anand. For the next award, can we please have Anas Tabka on stage to receive? Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon David Jaggerson from National Bank of Fujairah to receive the award. Thank you, David. Next, I'd like to call upon Dhingra Dinesh from Jashanmal National Company on stage. Congratulations. Now I'd like to call upon Dr. Ullas Rao from Harry-Potter University to receive the next award. Thank you, Dr. Ullas. Next, can we please have Ellis Wang on stage to receive the award? I think he's already left. Next, can we please have Mr. Fadi Sliman from Mantra Group on stage to receive the award? Congratulations, Fadi. Next, I'd like to call upon Hassan Mohammed from Ministry of Presidential Affairs on stage to receive the next award. We move on to the next. Can we please have Mr. Himanshu Puri from King's College on stage? Thank you, Himanshu, and congratulations. Ronak, thanks a lot. And with that, I'd like to call upon Anushree Dixit on the stage to give away the awards. The next award in the BTX Top Executive category goes to Ken Mass from Axiom Telecom. Congratulations, Ken. Next, can we please have Muhammad Habib from Tabrid on stage to receive the next award? Congratulations, Muhammad. Next, can we please have Srinivasa from Jalfur Pharma on stage to receive the next award? Congratulations, Srinivasa. Next, I would like to call upon Neil Kuter from Apex Group on stage to receive the BTX Top Executive Award. Thank you, Neil. Next, can we please have Mr. Padam Sundar Kafle from Aster Hospital on stage? Thank you, Padam. The next award goes to Paul McLeod from Emirates Insurance Company. I believe he was not able to join us today. We move on to the next Top Executive Award, which goes to Peter Jasper from Noon. Congratulations, Peter. Can we please have Pranay Sharma from Emirates Islamic to receive the next award? Thank you, Pranay. Next, can we please have Salim Ahmed from Liftcar on stage? We'll move on to the next award, Shannon Hoare from Abu Dhabi Airports. We move on yet to the next award, which goes to Sunando Chaudhary from ADNEG. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Sunando. The next award in the top executive category goes to Varun Vij. Can we please have Varun on the stage? Congratulations, Varun. For the next award, can I please have Walid Al Sahar from Ras Al Khaimah Economic Zone on stage to receive the same. I believe he left us early today. Thank you so much, Anushree, for handing over the awards. Once again, I would really like to request all the winners, the guests, and our speakers and panelists to stay with us until the end for a group picture. As you know, publicity is very important to us and everyone over here. And with that, we move on to the next set of awards, which is the BTX Top Enterprise Awards. The winners in this group have been recognized for their success stories in business transformation, The award recognizes enterprises that have embraced digital transformation and digital tools and achieved success in various areas. I would now like to call upon Arun Shankar, editor of GEC Media Group, to hand over the awards to these top enterprises. I will now be calling upon the winners. The first award in the BTX Top Enterprise category goes to Omar Al-Marzouki from Daman Insurance. Congratulations, Omar. The next award goes to Arif Sheikh from Al Kabir Group Middle East. I'll move on to the next award. The next award in the top enterprise category goes to Sharaf DG. Can we please have Mr. Arvind Gaba on stage? We'll move on to the next award, which goes to Atif Mufti from Habib Bank. Thank you, Atif. The next BTX Top Enterprise Award goes to Jumeirah Group. Can we please have Mr. Manish Mahajan on stage? Congratulations, Manish. The next BTX Top Enterprise Award goes to Expo 2020 Dubai. Can we please have Mohammed Rafiq on stage? We move on to the next BTX Top Enterprise Award, which goes to Al Falah University. Can we please have Mr. Sunil on stage? Congratulations, Sunil. Can we have the next award goes to PepsiCo. Can we please have Nikhil on stage? We move on to the next BTX Top Enterprise Award, which goes to PSWD, Government of Ras Al Khaimah. Can we have Mr. Prasad on stage? Thank you so much. The next award goes to Marriott International, Le Meridian Hotel. Moving on, the next award goes to Mubadala Capital. We move on to the next winner, Etihad International Investment. Mr. Shahab, can we please have you on stage? Thank you, Shahab. The next award goes to Al Maria Community Bank. Can we please have Mr. Zahir on stage? Thank you. Thank you, Arun Shankar, for handing out the awards. And with that, we move to the third category of awards, which is the PTX Top Women Executive Awards. The winners in this group have been recognized for driving transformation and diversity in the organization. This award recognizes women who have been driving businesses and digital transformation and setting a benchmark in diversity and inclusion in workplace. For that, can we please have Anushri Dixit on stage to hand over the awards? For the first award in the Top Women Executive category, I would like to call upon Dr. Anisa from University of Sharjah. We'll move on to the next award, which goes to Dr. Athra Sultan Al-Awani from Emirates Schools Establishment. I really like this audience. I don't have to give you guys cue for a round of applause. Amazing. Congratulations, Dr. Athra. The next award goes to Hanan Huwair from TCOM Group. I believe she was not able to join us today. The next award goes to Huda Al-Hashimi from Dubai Smart Government. Next award goes to Laila Al-Hadrami from National Energy Center. Can we please have Laila on stage? Congratulations, Laila. The next award in the Top Women Executive category goes to Saham Al-Bahesi from CEBC. The next award goes to Shiba Hasnain, Senior IT and Digital Transformation Specialist. Thank you, Shiba. The next award in the Top Women Executive category goes to Yasmin Al-Rabi from Qualis for Quality and Consulting. Thank you, Anushri. And we sincerely hope in the future we have more women executives coming on the stage and speaking on the crucial topics about digital transformation. And with that, we move on to the last set of awards in the Top Solution Provider Awards. The winners in this group have been recognized for their solutions that enable transformation. This award recognizing the leading efforts by vendors, channel partners, integrators, consultants to manage the challenges of the end user community through their transformative journey. Can I please have Ronak Samantra on stage to give away these awards? A round of applause, everyone. I would now like to call upon Mr. Amir Ali from Fuji offices to receive the first award. I believe he's not with us. The next award goes to Dipmatics IT Solutions. We move on. The BTX Solution Provider Award goes to Zscaler. Can we please have the team on stage? Zscaler. Sorry to interrupt the networking session you were having back there. Congratulations. With that, we move on to the next award, which goes to Logitech. I think so we're having a photo session here. Thank you. The next award goes to Logitech. Can we have a representative from Logitech on board? I think so. We'll move on to the next award. It goes to Ingram Micro. Congratulations. The next and the final award in the BTX Solution Provider category goes to Dell Technologies. I think so we don't have any representative. Thank you so much, Ronak, for handing over the awards. We will move on to taking a group picture, but before that... Oh. So it seems like we've missed an award. In the top women category in business transformation. Can I please have Anushri on stage to give away this award, please? I'd like to call upon Manal Alam from Merck Group to receive this award, please. Anushri, if you can stay on the stage. With that, I'll be handing over the stage to Anushri for the final keynote. You've been a great, kind, and very interactive audience throughout the session. And over to you, Anushri, for the final keynote.
Thank you so much, Gurleen. You have been an extremely fantastic and very patient host for the day. Thank you so much, guys. Please let us put our hands together for Gurleen. She has kept us entertained, awake throughout the day. Thank you so much. And yes, it's indeed been a long day for us. Thank you for being an extremely, great audience. The applauses, as you have been saying, have been coming throughout the day. Thank you so much. On behalf of GEC Media Group, a big thanks goes out to our patronizers for the day, the private office, the CEO, who took valuable time from his schedule to come and be with us today. And also a big thank you to all our valuable sponsors and partners who have supported us throughout the journey of BTX. And yes, as our CEO said in the morning, at GEC, our finger is always on the pulse of the market. So not just every month, but I can very well proudly say that every day, in fact, we bring out some or the other kind of knowledge-sharing platform for all of you, wherein we want your support. We want you to come and show and share your knowledge with all of us. So I would like to take this opportunity and this occasion to officially announce the launch of our next biggest event, the World CIO 200 Summit, which is currently in its 6th year. We started, we had a very, very humble start to the event. We just started with one country way back in 2016. But today I am extremely proud to be standing here and saying that the CIO 200 is reaching out to 40 countries. It's a mega CIO roadshow that we are going to host. Because, there is still some problem with the COVID and pandemic in some of the countries, we'll be doing a virtual edition. So it starts with Europe in July, and then we tour all the countries, including Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Africa, and US. And the most interesting part about the CIO 200 is that after completing the roadshow, we do a grand finale wherein selected handpicked CIOs from all this country, we make them flow to a country for the grand finale. And this year, the grand finale is planned to be in Thailand. on 23rd and 24th of November. So I would like to take this opportunity. I can see smiles on many faces as of now. Shahab is smiling the most. So please block your calendars. We'll be officially sharing an email and further details with all of you. But kindly do extend your cooperation as you always have. And once again, thank you for being with us today for the BTX and making it a grand, grand success. Thank you so much and have a very good evening.
Thank you, Anushree. Now I would like to call all the winners on the stage with their trophies for a group picture. I think so we can just move forward and the rest of us. Yes, we'll just make 2 rows. If we can just move forward, so half of us can stand up and half of us can stand down. Now can we have a final group picture? All the participants, everybody sitting in the audience, can we please come to the stage? Can everybody please come to the stage? All of the participants sitting, all the delegates.